Hello there, my fellow YouTube users, friends and fans of all ages. It is I, KaneFan701, coming to you live with my third final test stream of the day. Now, for the last two test streams I've been doing, it has been absolutely tremendous, and I will say the boosting of fans that came and went was unbelievable. I'm normally, like I said before, I'm more used to streaming with others, appearing as a guest or so. But to honor these whole things, everything, it's kind of a funny feeling. I'm still getting that now, even though this is my third final test streaming of the week. Just before we head into September, which actually I've just noticed this is the last day of August, and tomorrow is September the 1st, and holy criminy, I almost forgot. That's going to be another anniversary on the day when Dr. Robert Ballard found the RMS Titanic in 1985. Oh, no wonder September the 1st is kind of a special day, no matter how many times that day arrives. No wonder I was getting a little bit of goosebumps down my spine for a second. Ugh, that was kind of mental there for a second. Ugh. Yep, I can see I got a couple of my mates here now who are live. Anybody wants to join in, I've got the link right here in the description box. There you go. Anybody wants to turn in, there it is. Again, there's just so much stuff apparently popping here. Just checking on my Discord, just checking on other bits and things. Just talking, see what's been going on, and nothing much lately. Oh, looks like we've got somebody else who has joined in. Hello there, Brandon, and welcome aboard my third and final stream of the week.
Yes, welcome. Yes, hello, Glenn. And
it's kind of funny because this is usually kind of funny because usually I'm more used to popping on your streams more and it's weird that you're now the guest, I'm now the main host.
I know.
That sounds so bizarre.
I know. It's always good to have a.
All is going well.
Yes, it's always good to have a role reversal from time to time.
Hello to the Southern PS4. What? I don't get that. Anyways, oh well, I can see your door there, Brandon. So now I know where your bedroom leads to after all this time. Unless you're facing the opposite direction in your camera, I guess.
Oh yeah. I'm just basically doing some stuff. So, because I used to have this as my live stream sort of location, but it's over time because of the silly instances over the years. I thought, why not, go to the main quarters to stream now. But
this is incredible. As soon as I pop in, or if I'm hosting or anybody else, they're just flooding in big time. Usually it's the same people, but who knows who I'm meeting up again. I've actually had some good, interesting, good comments from some people on my last two streams, which were pretty unique. Yes, I can say, yeah, cool, Fair Bear 2009. Yes, it was really good for its time, yes, but looking back on nearly 4 years ago, or 5 or 6, I think it was at that point. Yeah, it was good, but there was a lot of errors at the time that I didn't see, and I'm not going to say I plan to reboot that anytime soon, but if I was to, I would correct a whole lot in there, to be honest with you. But I would leave it as it is, as a learning curve, because it serves as a blueprint of what I was doing. And of course, that's when I was introduced to newer people in the Toms community before certain instances and controversials would surround many years later, which is why I had to, kind of, I wouldn't say postponed, more like I had to take a step back and kind of had to leave and go into my semi-retirement that I've been now for over a year. But like I said, that was when the Thomas community was going into a darker series. Not like dark like Tim Burton, but it was more like an enjoyable kind of thing. Because I thought at the time that was when the more, I don't know, age restriction was coming up, I guess. With a lot of cool stuff that was awesome. Because basically the whole thing was the Thomas community for us older generations was not taking things to heart and be more mature, aim for like 15 to /18-year-olds, which is why we see a lot of cool things that we don't normally see from what was the former Hit Entertainment and the Metal stuff. Oh, the People's Wrestling Channel. Hey, I haven't heard him for a long while. Nice to see you. Yep, I can see people want to join in left, right, and center, but I'm going to go a little easy at this point, all right? Because it kind of got a little over it. Anyways, Brandon, what's been going on your side up in Canada right now as we speak?
Well, let's just say the signs of fall are starting to appear. The wind is blowing at 90 miles an hour. The trees are blowing in the distance. The sky is singing. The sun is rising as high as it can. The
Right.
moon is
Oh, it doesn't look too shiny on your end right now. It looks like it's clouded over on your end, hence why it's less brighter now.
true, very true. I mean, of course,
And gusting over 90 miles an hour, that's well beyond hurricane speed. We're a little bit too extreme there, Mr. Brandon.
that's over
All right.
exaggeration. But the point is, it's windy out and such. And I will say, a lot of great things are going on. I mean,
Nice.
I mean, a possible I may possibly upgrade to Trains a New Era by the end of the day. So who knows? Like,
Why are you going to upgrade to that one where it'll be much laggier and more, I don't know, more
it's
waste, more space waste?
I'm just entertaining the idea. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the point is,
Oh, we got another guy, Bradley Jones. Good Sunday indeed. Oh, the People's Wrestling Channel's talking back. Oh, he's just saying here, are you going to be in the Thunderdome? Well, I wasn't at the Thunderdome night, but I've seen what they did, and it's quite cool what WWE are doing, trying to get us fans, well, not there physically, but to see via webcams. That's quite cool, although I wouldn't go that far. Like I said, I'm an old school wrestling fan. But I'm not sure about for Payback, but I mean, as much as I would like to see this, it would be quite cool. But then again, I don't know. It just sounds a bit weird and off a little bit, But I think it's quite cool what they've done. And I did see Roman Reigns come back, and I am convinced that he has turned a heel. And now it's gone brighter on Brandon's side. Now that he's got the classic shades on. Only the second time I've
yes,
seen it on mine. Now it's become somewhat of a, I don't know. For some reason, I was going to say now it's become Ginger Jesus / Hulk Hogan, but no, just
and
joking.
Mason, hello, Mason. Mason
Hello there,
says hi.
Mason. And Mason, please. How many times do I have to keep telling you? My name does not have two N's. If my mom saw that, she'd be paranoid. No joke. Because every time
And
it happens, it really does trigger her off big time.
that is okay. And to answer
Good.
your to answer your question, Mason, that's up to Glenn about you being invited to the. What do you think, Glenn? Do you want Mason in
Oh,
here or?
well, he was on with me last night. Well, he was on with me last night when I was in RJ's stream last night, which was
Okay.
brilliant. And of
Hello,
course,
Ricardo.
he made
Hello.
amends with me. He made amends, and that's good. He's back with me now, and I forgave him. I knew
That's all
he
good.
would, but I can't believe the information that I had. What the heck? Buffering stay home. What the hell is all that supposed to mean?
I think that's. I have no idea, and I don't know what that's supposed to even mean.
I have never seen anything like it. And the whole thing is, I know I'd like to go off and, I wouldn't say into a steam vent, but I don't want to come across as that. But thing is, like, I don't like the idea of, hey, rail mashup. Yeah, I liked what WWE was. I'm an old school wrestling fan. Thing is, though, the Whites were cool, but to be honest, they were more like a modern day cartoon gimmick, in my opinion. Too Hollywoody, but Bray Wyatt's character was pretty cool. But he's no modern Undertaker, let me tell you. He never was. He was more like a modern version of Mick Foley / Mankind without the mask. And don't get me started on the other guys, Oh, Splish Blue Dolphins up. Manson. Look, Manson. Maybe another time. It depends on what's going to happen, all right? I'm hosting here, so if anybody over there who are live in the stream, please, whatever you do not pasteurize me and don't harass me with this and this and that, all right?
That's
Just
true.
please.
Because on my side, when it comes to my live streams, you could only ask 3 times to invite, and if you ask the third time, I may not see it, or I just may disregard it because that's technically considered, it's technically like begging to join.
And of course, oh God, Bradley Jones. Look, that is a topic we need to avoid. I know I was there. I wasn't there in New Orleans, but 2014 was the worst. Was one of the worst. Was actually the worst times of my life as a WWE fan when the Undertaker lost at WrestleMania 30 to Brock Lesnar. And even now, despite compared to now and then, it kind of still stings. But because of what I've learned from what Undertaker said in his recent interview, is apparently that it was his idea to allow the streak to end. Again, I can't blame him. I never will blame Taker because I can understand now what he was trying to do to, give back to the business and get Lesnar over because the two of them understand business. But at the time, in 2014, I didn't think Lesnar was worthy. I mean, he could have lost. But here's the thing: I always felt like the old cliche saying that Taker would have won the match and would have gone 22-0, which should have happened. But Lesnar would come out as the man in the match, like he was the man of the match. He was good in the match, yet still Taker went over. It's a bit like what happened. Like take my example when Kane lost to the Undertaker at WrestleMania 14. He lost the match, but he was still regarded as the man of the match and was, which did very little to damage his own defeat back then. Back then, when I was a bit of a big, massive kayfabe Kane fan, which is, that's the one thing people don't know. The reason why that's my comparison, Bradley. All right. Look, the less we bring that up, the better. All right, but still, I look back on it, and it was still, in my opinion, the worst decision that WWE ever did. But I can understand now. It just took a while for us thinking, but I still think it was a wrong choice, and it just literally destroyed the magic of WrestleMania had the streak not been over. Because personally, if I would have seen it end, it would have been better if Taker lost at 20-1. But at the same time, I wish he could have retired at that point in 2012 when he did go 20-0 over Triple H. But then I thought like maybe he could win another 5 more WrestleManias and then maybe retire, being the only person to have ever been undefeated completely at WrestleMania. And that would have been brilliant. I mean, just think about it. It would have cemented Taker's legacy even more, and it would have made him go off with a much greater respect. But yeah, WWE is just in that time period where they just pulled the wrong triggers and the wrong timing. I mean, I clearly get it. It was meant to be for history in the making. Yes. But still, 2014 was just not right. And not to mention what happened afterwards. As soon as the streak ended, Ultimate Warrior, who got me into wrestling all those years ago, would pass away a week later. And that was like damaging to me because, and that was it. I was shattered, nearly beyond repair as a wrestling fan. And then we were losing, lots of wrestlers left, right, and center in 2014. It was depressing, That's the reason why I always keep saying that was the worst time. And 2017 was partially bad as well, not because of my personal life and other issues, but for wrestling as well, when Roman Reigns beat The Undertaker in the worst main event period in Roman Reigns' career and Undertaker's as well, because it wasn't right. Because literally I was seething with rage at that point. Like, I know this is like, if any of you guys are wondering why, this is one of the reasons why I was kind of angry at WWE for so long. Yes, and of course, to answer your questions, Splashy Blue Dolphin, yeah, Randy Orton's a good wrestler. He was one of the best streak opponents to face The Undertaker at WrestleMania, and he was really good. He proved to be a good threat to the streak, and and for what many of you guys may or may not know, he was actually originally going to be the guy to do it in 2005 at WrestleMania 21, because Undertaker wanted him to do it, to get him over, which I can understand. Again, that was Taker's way of getting younger talent over, and of course, Randy Orton didn't want to do it out of respect. Clearly get it, but at least it showed how it all progressed, But then again, I can only imagine what would have happened. I mean, how would things progress like years later on had that actually ever happened, There's so many people that I always keep thinking who would have broke the streak, and I always keep thinking Kane should have been that man to have done it. It would have cemented their feud in the battles of the half brothers. I'm not too sure. As for as for Rail Mashup saying about rumors about Vince planning a return thing for the Undertaker at Survivor Series for his 30th anniversary, I possibly could see Undertaker perhaps appearing, maybe to host the event, but to fight for one more match before he might consider retiring, I don't know actually, because in all honesty, I do think that 30 years in the wrestling industry for him, I think it would be better if he did retire that way, maybe, because to be honest, he's nearly in his 60s now, Undertaker is, and he's still going. But personally, I think a 30th anniversary would be wonderful because that's where it all started in 1990, and have it to end in 2020. I would think it would be perfect because I said about 10 or 12 years ago, if you were ever to go 30 years in the business, I think that would be perfect. And I have no problem. I think it is time for Undertaker to not hang the boots up, but to hang his cap up. But then again, it's all really depending on the man himself, really. I mean, we're all speculating in this day and age, but as they say in wrestling, never say never. So it's one of those things. It's all right. I actually had seen the link, I had seen it, but listen, there's one thing I need to be clearly advised with you lads. I don't believe in rumors in wrestling, not one bit, because I don't think that. But then again, if they hold the event to honor Undertaker's career for 30 years, just like they did at Survivor Series in 2005 when they did 25 years, that could be good. Maybe he could just come up and host the event, and while they have matches in his honor. That could possibly work. Maybe he could host the show and begin it, and then he could end it. Finally breaking character, and then eventually he could just finally do that ride off into the sunset thing.
I mean, indeed, like the sun would just be a prominent thing in that, vendetta of his. I mean, now let's see. Yes, yes, Blue Raccoon. We will never forget the sacrifice of Chadwick Boseman.
Yes, we all know. Yes, we all know him. I've said this before on my Twitter. I've said this before on DA. I've said this on my Discord. But this is something I know it's a tragic loss, but that's not what I'm here on the stream for, right? Okay.
Oh, I know. We're just acknowledging,
Yes, God rest his soul. He died a hero. He died from this cancer. He's been fighting for a year for, and he died a hero. He got to fulfill his dream as a Marvel character. So there's no shame of him in dying in this, in my personal opinion. I mean, he went out in a blaze of glory. Lived as a hero, and he died as one. And I'm pretty sure the character of Black Panther himself, not the guy who played him, I mean the character.
Yeah, the character. I know what you mean.
I think he would be very, very honored. But then again, I've always had this philosophy now, in my opinion, now that the actor is no longer with us. I always thought, what if they actually did like an origin story, like based on a younger Black Panther before he grew up into the legend that we knew him as, to honor the actor himself, to pay homage, because that I wouldn't mind seeing.
That is a strong possibility, because if you think about it, like now, honestly, like they're gonna have to pull that off somehow because they already, after the events of Endgame, they made a sort of origin, sort of like sequel to it with the Spider-Man Homecoming, and it kind of really talked about and I haven't seen the movie, but it really talked about the relationship between Spider-Man and Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man. So
Iron Man, yeah, we all know. I saw the Homecoming in that too. If I'm not correct, I get confused with the Spider-Man, the guy who plays him, or is it the other one? Because I kind of got confused. Wasn't there that film that Michael Keaton was in when he was playing the Vulture?
Oh, that would have been when Tobias Maguire was Spider-Man.
That was when he was, is that from the separate one or not related to the Endgame Spider-Man? Because I get kind of confused with both.
Okay, it would have been the Spider-Man that came out in 2003, I think.
No, that one, because there was that one, there was the Spider-Man there, and then there was the British guy who played Spider-Man. I think that was it. No, not that him. No, it was. I think it may have been him. Then again, I don't know. There's too many guys who played him over the years. But I will say, playing Garfield, I think that was the British guy who played Spider-Man, right?
I think so. I think so.
Because I'm not gonna lie, despite the Spider-Man that we got in 2002 and Spider-Man 2 and 3, I have to admit Garfield was an amazing Spider-Man, no pun intended. But what was good about that one is actually that he looked exactly like Spider-Man. He looked exactly from the comics because he had the big teary spider duck eyes from the spider masks like he did in the comic books. And he looked exactly like him. Heck, I even go as far as saying he even spoke like Spider-Man. He even sounds like his comic book counterpart came to life, which is hard to do. I mean, we've seen it with Batman multiple times, but it's hard to know which version we all think it is and what he would have sounded like. But with Spider-Man, it's a completely different thing. Look at Wolverine and the X-Men when in the comic books. I mean, look at X-Men: Days Future Past. That actually stuck very close to its comic book style than they ever had done. Which I did actually see the movie, despite the fact I wasn't really into the whole X-Men franchise because I was so used to the animated series growing up. But because I'm a big Hugh Jackman fan, I love what they did with it, and I just think to me it's my personal opinion the best X-Men film because it had all the greatest actors. Because you had Patrick Stewart, you had Ian McKellen, and you had who's the guy who played him. Ian McKellen was one, and then you had I just remembered the other guy who played the young Magneto, Michael Fassbender, who absolutely did a brilliant role as a young Magneto, who personally actually looks just like his counterpart, despite the fact that he's Irish, which is weird. It was brilliant. I mean, some of the stuff I've recently seen in the comic book series that we're living in now, that we've seen over the last decade, have definitely stepped up their game a lot better, with some of them look realistic, some of them paying homage to their comic book counterparts. But at the same time, it's sometimes hard to pick, like, what do they look like from it. Like, I'll give you the Aquaman, for instance, from the DC universe. I mean, in the movie, he's got long black hair and he looks more like a big, massive, badass Samoan with tattoos all over him. Whereas in the comic books, Aquaman would actually had short blonde hair. So you can get my opinion to where he looks like his comic book counterpart, just slightly a little different. And to be really honest with you guys, I thought the Aquaman in the live film was a lot better than his comic book counterpart because he looked more like a super badass that I like seeing in all of superheroes. They look bad, but they are absolutely cool to watch, and you can idolize them, and you wish you were that individual. That's what I always did as a kid growing up. Hence with Batman, Spider-Man, hence why they were my two top fab heroes. And what about you, Mr. Brandon? You were getting pretty brighter up on your side. It's almost like the power of Jesus was brightening up with you.
Indeed, it's quite a funny nostalgia thing in all this. To answer,
I don't know what brought it up with it anyway. Yeah, we were getting nostalgic.
It's all good. But to answer Relish Up Productions' question about favorite railroad in America, Norfolk and Western and Strasburg, the Strasburg Railway, those are amazing railroads. And in fact, and this is no joke, Relish Up Productions. Now, again, this is what I was told back at the start of the year. Thankfully, this has been proven wrong to me. It's been proven wrong. I was told that Union Pacific Big Boy number 4014 was to go to Strasburg, Pennsylvania.
Brandon, no, I told you, don't mention it on my screen. That is not going to happen.
I was clarified. I was clarified. I knew it's false. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but then the whole time you've been on my streams or been on Discord with me and Anthony and Jay and all the other guys, it's almost like you were telling us it was really going to happen. Jesus.
Right. Oh yeah, by the way, Bradley Jones, I'm sorry about your situation with their exam. The world has really truly been in a tailspin since March. So
don't worry. The tailspin will eventually tailspin itself back up. Like I said, you never know. 2020 might give us a good. Well, we might have a solid Christmas in 4 months, but make the best of it. Like, make the best of what we did with summer. You know, despite the fact that everything was in place, we still had a good one, and it was not as bad, actually, to be honest. Like, we had some really good stuff. As long as we obey the 2 meter rule, we're fine. We're a-okay. As long as we are protected masks indoors, we're fine. Oh, Brandon decided to go blank and mute himself. Classic Brandon. Then again, we don't know when he's coming back. Oh God. Wolf Knight no 7. No, I am not a Deadpool fan. Sorry, mate. Let's just say I know he was a funny character and all, but no. He is one of my least favorite Marvel characters. I'm sorry, man. I'm not really into him. He always kept breaking the fourth wall on a 24-hour basic. But then again, he was funny though. Don't get me wrong. Oh yeah, Captain America was good. I actually watched the Civil War version. It wasn't too bad. Yeah. No, what accurate. Wow, the stream's definitely gone a little weird. It's first off we were talking about trains and we talked about the WWE, and now all of a sudden we're sparcasting into Marvel and DC comic books here. Jeez, what a swerve. Train Boy 89. Look, we don't need to mention about the whole pandemic thing, please. Of all things, look, it's a bit of a hard time, but we need to avoid about talking about that still. Captain, like I said, with the whole, some of the DC, Marvel films were very good, but let's just to be honest, I felt that the whole franchise ended with Endgame when Thanos was defeated. Nice. But like I said, it's just that to be all honest with you, I just felt that the Avengers was good in its own way because they stuck with their comic style, but the difference was they looked a lot better, more realistic, and it was like you're seeing a comic book come to life. Now, if you compare to the DC ones, when you had Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman, then the Aquaman and the Flash, I'm going to be really honest with you. I actually preferred DC's realism because they looked more realistic, as if they were living on our planet. That's how far they went if you compare it to the Marvel extended universe. I mean, I know there was a lot of things with Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman and the Justice League film. Yeah, it wasn't always well received, but because of me being the way I am, I just loved it for what it was. I'm not one to criticize on those films because I'm a big Batman fan. Superman I like, but I'm not a big fan of him, but he's really earned my respect. Well, to be honest, there's actually not that much in London on steam engines. I think the best location for you to go to see them would be in the National Railway Museum in York, because that's where the treasure of steam history lies. Um, hmm. Okay, Bradley, I know you were ranting about Captain America's Civil War and your DeviantArt. Yeah, I kind of read it. I remember reading about it, and I could see your point, but I kind of saw it from my opinion. I was like, it could have been better, but I didn't rant about it too much. I will say personally, I love the Thor films because I love the actor who plays him, who sounds like Thor. He speaks like Thor. Hell, he even sounds like if Thor would be for real if he ever existed. Okay, yeah, I clearly get what you're saying. I do agree with that too. Some of the fans were giving the exact same opinion like you said, Bradley. Yes, Splash Blue Dolphin. Don't ask me easy questions. I mean, Rey Mysterio was a good wrestler, having come from Lucha Libre, and then he went to ECW, and then that's when he came to the US for the first time, and then he was scooped up by WCW in the cruiserweight division, and then he came to WWE in 2002, and it was a brilliant one. It just really was fantastic. He was one of my favorite cruiserweights, I will admit. Wow, I don't believe the Superman franchise is cursed. No, 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 no. Although I will believe in the urban legend that they do say that there's a bat curse with Batman. Oh, hi there, Ancient Andrews. Hello there, Ginger Cat 65. Nice to see you popped in. It's good to see all my friends are still here. Oh god, I can see the guys are role playing down here now. Hector and Ginger apparently are cosplaying around now in Star Wars. Oh boy. Oh, got a lot of fans here who are popping in left, right, and center. Hi there, Agent Andrews. I can see you're cosplaying with you again. I'll play with Ginger Cat 65, who can pop in here if he wants to.
Oh yeah, I forgot. No.
Yeah, Brandon's here apparently, but unfortunately he's muted at the moment, so we don't know what's going on.
All right.
Again, I think he was going to do that anyway. And we got somebody else down here. Everyone's jumping left, right, and center. Oh, there's Thomas Fan 101. Don't know who he is, but he definitely sounds like someone who's a big fan of mine. But by the way, Agent Andrews, if you want to go on my DeviantArt page, I've uploaded some new images of myself with Darth Vader and based on the plot thing that I did about myself as a Star Wars character.
I know the Obi-Wan lightsaber.
Same here, except I don't have it in that version. I've got the old school one when they did them back in the early 90s and the early 2000s. Although technically, my favourite green lightsaber was Luke Skywalker's, but Qui-Gon Jinn's is still my top 5.
I'm still trying to find Qui-Gon's.
I'm hopefully they'll bring him out. That's twice. Okay, that's twice now you've asked me now, Mason. Please, maybe another time. Just right now, I'm just trying to get used to this whole thing. Okay, Ginger, I see you on this. I see you have joined in or wherever it was. Let me have a look. Whoa, there's many stuff going on in Discord. It's going left, right, and center. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I can see you. There you go. It's very easy to go in. There was a link left in there. Now I've got it for you, Gingery. There we go. There's a lot of people in the chat thing. Thomas. Oh, there we go. Thomas fan. Oh, James 5. Look my account. West F. Yells. Oh, Chinatown fans. He would not answer his name. Whoa, I don't remember you too well, much unknown. Sorry. That's okay. If you had to get something off your chest, that's a-okay. I'll put you in and we'll see what happens.
Oh, I was wondering where this went. Found it. It's Vader.
And that's a classic Vader figure. I remember having one like that, very similar. Mason was not happy there. I'm going to get Thomas 401 and let's see what happens. Okay. Hey there, Thomas Fan 101. Welcome aboard. I saw you wrote something to me in the chat, so before I had you in, I read what you said.
Stream PP's one.
Yep, it's me, the real one in the flesh. Okay, Bradley Jones. It was all right. If you ever want to come back in, you're more than welcome to pop in and you can tag in afterwards.
You know when I ditched this order not a couple days ago?
I don't know, actually. Good question. Oh, Luke is here with us too. Oh, apparently he needs to contact his mic if he needs to. Oh, there he goes. Now I can add him in. Hello there, Luca. Welcome to the stream. That's if he unmutes himself. It's all right, Thomas Fan. Like I said, I know what you were doing a few days ago. It's all right. No need to be worried. Okay. Oh, the video is lagging. Oh, jeez. That ain't good. Yeah, there's so much problems going on around here. Didn't know your jet layer was lagging. Sorry about that, Luca. Let's just see what happens. I could hear you if you unmute yourself and see what happens. Well, if anybody else wants to ask any Q&As that sound too easy for me to add, just send them and fire them away. Again, I still don't know where Brandon's coming to come back, but who knows? Okay. All right then, Luca. When you unmute your whole thing, wherever it is, then I'll put you back in. Okay, to answer your favorite question about the railroad in America, I actually did a top 10 once, but I'm going to go for a top 5 to make it easy. I would go for, it's fine now because Brandon answered on his side, it's my turn, all right? As for me, mine was the, this is going to be a bit of a tough one here. Mine was the, my fifth one I would say in America would have to be the Strasburg Railroad. And you got the Southern Railroad, which is the one at 4501 was there then, you know, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. And then you had the, this is where it gets tricky. Oh, yeah, you got the Norfolk and Western Railroad, like Class 611 and 1218, and the rest goes on. And the other one would have to be maybe the Pennsylvania Railroad because they had some unique engines. And last but not least, the Southern Pacific because of the Daylight Coast Express. There's your answer there, Rail Mashup. I think my Elephant OC is pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for that, man. Yeah, but in any cases, oh, no, they're Rail Train by 89. Welcome back. Yes, you know, it's going to be a whole lot of a problem. Okay, okay, I've got somebody else here who wants to really pop. Oh, Brandon's popped back in. Oh,
Yes. Sorry about the delays and such. I was tending to the sun, and I see that Agent Andrews is here.
Yeah, I put it in because he was cosplay. He was the cosplay. I mean, he was role playing with Ginger 69 when Star Wars thing. Apparently, we got somebody else called Nick Geisel. Curious, do I follow Smokey 1997? I don't know who that name is. Does anybody know who that guy is?
Not really.
I don't know who he is, but
I'm asking those in the chat about it.
Oh, I know. I'm just.
What got you into the making? Oh, I get that question every time. Well, to be honest with you, let's just say what got me into the whole Timothy thing is because I get this every time. It was because back in 2013, people were writing about this weird deleted scene of Ghost Train that existed, and then the whole remakes of the original creepypasta were being made, and it just took off from there. And I decided to follow up one myself. Yeah, the difference was I decided to do an extended version into a movie, and the rest took off. God dang it, Danger Andrews! Get on there, damn it! It's all right, dude. It's fine. Stop putting my face on there, Agent Andrews. And yes, like, I mean, you just got me doing my terrible impression of Timothy now because it literally hurts my vocal cords.
Let's see. Nick Gazelle says he does a really great job. Jessica Klitschfield 311.
Oh yeah, I think I might remember who it was. Oh yes, now I remember who it was. Yeah, he did that reskin of Clinchfield 311 apparently in the route that I found on the DLS on trains, and I'll tell you what, it was pretty intriguing. I really thought it was nice. It was thanks to him that I was actually able to get my own private reskin from his knowledge. But the thing is though, I hate to admit this, but I do have a private one of my own. But the good news is though, it's a lot better. But if it weren't for Smokey 1997, I wouldn't have had what it is. So I actually owe him something big. I owe him big time with this, and it's actually thanks to him that I actually thought about having an alternative storyline for 311. Like when she has the fall in 1957, but actually survive is turned out to be an alive engine, which is the part of the whole reboot I'm trying to do, which will be based in my CSW series if I ever follow that up, or even just do an alternative restory of the engine completely.
Rail Productions, Timothy voiced Glenn, or Glenn voiced Timothy.
It was me. I was the one who voiced him, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I voiced the demonic voice of him, but the guy who voiced him originally was once a friend of mine before I had to pass away with him. And eventually I took that role. Eventually, I did the whole innocent version.
Right. Okay, Annie Quill, which, by the way, I'm sorry about your team there. Your NHL team about to be eliminated. We'll see what that happens. But basically, it's been said in previous streams, Glenn is in semi-retirement, and thus he's probably going to discontinue the Ghost Train series because for his own reasons.
It was also non-canon, unfortunately. I wish I could have learned this previously, because these were just one-off special things that we were doing. It was just for fun at the time. If I was to if I was to do an actual version of what the film was going to look like, it would look very similar, but not quite as you would think.
Indeed. I mean,
All right.
let's
Sorry
see.
about that. Yeah, I know. And Rail Mashup is,
It's
No,
all
I
good. Like, now, the only thing I will say in terms, aside from the whole same retirement, is in a special Rita project, Glenn is going to be a part of it.
How well to spot the controversial I took from the old team, which is not true. I had to clear Brandon's name big time. But I'm still going to go with it.
Look, but
I know.
but that was a while ago. This is now.
Yeah, I know. That was a while ago. I mean, the whole shenanigans about that's been cleared. But I'm still taking part in it with it because, I wouldn't want to lose faith in Brandon, and I still would love to. Actually, to be honest, I haven't been in any of these projects. Well, actually, I remember when we first started out back in the early years, which I cannot believe that's how we met long ago. Back when you were doing Tommy stuff back in the day, Brandon. Now I remember who you are now. Back then, I just thought you were just, I don't know, because you were a very unknown person back then. And then I heard you do the review stuff, and then instantly I got hooked on who you were instantly.
Yes.
I just didn't think you would be the guy that we know today and now. It's just so mind-boggling.
I mean, I had an amazing time doing the Clinchfield review.
Oh,
I mean,
that, in my opinion, is the best review video you've done, which was a bit bizarre, but I could see clearly what you were trying to do. I could definitely see what you were trying to do. But like I said, I wouldn't mind if you did that with everybody else's. Who knows? Right.
I mean, who knows? I might even, because I already did a TATMR, what could have been, in a similar fashion.
So,
So,
I do remember watching it, but I kind of felt like the 311 review that you did kind of won out. It still remains as the top one.
let's see. Okay, I'm a Mocha. It's already been said. Glenn is in semi-retirement, so that's the and Luca.
Okay.
4 hours.
Hey, Ginger Leaker, nice to see you pop in.
That video took 4 hours to bloody export.
Wait, what
Yeah.
took hours to export?
Oh, the new video I'm premiering soon,
Oh,
which will be nice.
Yes.
Now, if anybody else might be wondering, the last time I voiced Timothy was actually because of Ginger Cat 65, who's I think here with us live right now.
That's me.
Yep, who did a very good job in making my voice sound like he would have done. Again, that's what brought me back into the whole voice dubbing. And if I was, and say like if Now, here's an example for you guys and for you guys watching live too. If I was to voice Timothy again, all I had to do was just do the lines, and Luca would just put the effects in, and then say if Brandon wanted me to do the demonic voice, for instance, I'd just say the words, and he'd just put the effects and would send them to Brandon instantly. That's how it would go.
Very true. I mean, now,
I mean,
of
I don't
course,
get paid. I mean, I get paid in cookies for that.
I know. Well, like I said, you did a damn good job on it. And to be honest, I hate to admit this, I'm hoping to do him again when you bring him back again.
I mean, I might bring him back. I don't know.
Yeah. So, anyways, Brandon, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, like, back in the little while ago, of course, like,
In the day of
I-
old.
I basically, when I voiced Timothy in my universe, I just lowered my pitch, and that's all I did. Like, lowered the pitch of my voice, so.
I did, yeah.
Oh,
Again, Ginger Cat 65, welcome to the stream anyways. Despite everything that's happened, I'm just glad things are going good. And I'm not gonna lie, but my first 2 test streams were really good, and it just got better and better, and that took a lot of my depression out recently after the bad receptions I've been getting. But it got even better because RJ came back. I finally spoke with Scott in the NWO Adventures, and it was just fantastic. It just took off from there. So I do feel like something good's going on around here. Despite I've been getting a lot of, well, not a lot. I actually did get a couple of comments. Like some guys here in the chat who were trying to tick me off, and I ended up just booting them out, which was uncalled for. Anyways, besides that, though, it really is doing really, really good. And
Ricardo's backstage.
Pardon, Agent Andrews?
Ricardo's backstage.
Yeah, Ricardo's here, but it depends who I'm going to bring in this time in the stream, okay?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
Been on my 2 stream.
Because technically, this is Glenn's stream, so, I mean, now.
And not to mention, it's the first time Brandon's been in my stream as well, so I need him to get settled in.
Well, this would actually be my second stream here, so.
Oh, I don't recall the. Oh, yeah. Well, technically, this is your second time, but your first time officially being in my last test one. And one of the funny things you might be asking, what is the Batman onesie doing back behind me? Because that's usually the first thing people ask me whenever I pop on. Even Serena would ask me, or even Chris, Dark Magical Yoshi would ask me, or it was a funny gag. I mean, a lot of people do tend to think, why have I got a bat sign behind me? But that it's my bat onesie. That's the reason why people sometimes might be looking in the background, but then looking at me. In case any of you guys out there might be wondering, yeah, I just get that funny impression every time I put my camera on. People are like looking, hey, there's the bat sign behind me, and they might be looking at that rather than looking at me on the camera. Annie, please. Annie Quill, did you not hear what Brandon said? Don't make me have to say it again. Please.
Yeah.
Look.
Community tabs. Don't pester Glenn about it. Let's be pestered.
As I said, Glenn's
Please.
semi-retirement. He's discontinuing his Ghost Train series. So, unfortunately, Andy, your question was already answered way a little while ago. And one more thing, I'm sorry about your Boston Bruins, because they're going to be ousted in 5 or 6 games by the Tampa Bay Lightning. So,
yeah. But like I said, if that continues, I'm telling you, look, if I keep getting asked that, I might as well put myself on the cross of Brandon right now if I have to. And let the sun roastize me. What the heck? Wait, am I becoming Ginger Jesus even though I haven't got ginger hair?
From a certain point of view, maybe.
Oh God! Jesus! Let's not go into Star Wars cosplaying. I already saw you and Agent Andrews going at it already, which was quite hilarious. Oh jeez.
it's okay. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah. By the way, Andy, sorry about your Bruins. Like I said, they're down 3-1 in the playoffs. So,
They Kevin got blue. Nice. Go Bruins! Oh jeez.
I think she's a hockey fan. That's her favorite team, the Boston Bruins. So.
Oh yeah, the Boston Bruins. Oh yeah, who played in Boston? I get it. Yeah.
Yes, which they're down 3-1 to the Tampa Bay Lightning, and if they lose again, then they're out of the playoffs.
I also know that there's also more towns besides that in Boston. There's also the Patriots, there's the Celtics, and the legendary Red Sox.
Yes. The Patriots will. The Patriots will take some adjusting now that Thomas Brady is away.
Now, if you want to know why I know, is there's some towns in Boston because of that. Let's just say, and a funny thing is that I know that because of WWE legend Kurt Angle, when he mentioned it, King of the Ring 2000, and he did a promo on the fans, teams, and yeah, that's how I knew about them. That was way back in 2000, when I was peaking and better when I got back into the wrestling at the time, you know. And then there was like, you know, funny enough, Toronto actually were also beat the Red Sox once back in 2000. Two Canadian teams going at it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Jesus! No wonder Kurt Angle said that the teams in Boston really did terrible. But then again, that is a true fact.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what have you got on your mind, anyways, Luca?
Hold on, I am just quickly adding a description to something, and it's taking me forever.
Indeed. How long is the video anyway?
I
9
have no
hours.
clue. I have actually no clue.
It's 9 hours.
I didn't actually check.
Well,
I'm checking next time.
Now, for those of you who might know as well, like I said, we were speaking about comic books, wrestling, and other bits. Now we're going to sports. We're jumping from one thing to another in a matter of seconds. This is why it's called a crazy stream. But
indeed
anyway.
it is. United Engines of America. Oh, I know who that guy is.
I don't know who that is, but that's a pretty cool name. United Engines of America. I get it. I get it.
The video is 24 minutes long.
Wait, 24 hours long?
24 minutes. Well, if Mattel had not copyrighted my intro, then it would have been more longer.
Well, then again, but then again, if you ever want to use any music, you can always borrow some of my stuff, Luca, if you ever wanted to, just to cut it short.
Didn't I do that in the first episode?
I think you did, but people can still use it, even though, as long as you correct me. Because I remember a few YouTube blokes who have done it with their own, which was quite nice. At least I still get recognition for that. Well, to be honest with you, it was quite clear. When I made the classic whistle that everyone knows as Timothy's demonic whistle, which originally I would like to call it the Ghost Train whistle of the RWS series, which was the reason why, or the Creepypasta whistle, if you like to call it that way. That was the original idea, the name for it originally, how I envisioned it. It was actually a sound effect I found from an old website, and then at the time I was using GarageBand, which is how I did my voice dubbing of him. And then eventually I just kind of just put an echo effect, then I just lowered the tone down again, then I put another echo effect over, hit record, and then there it was. Out came the demonic Creepypasta Timothy Ghost. And that was it. That's what it has been to this day. And at the time when people heard it, people really, really thought it was amazing. And if you hear that whistle, if there's only one, it only signifies his arrival. But sometimes you hear the whistle, and sometimes Timothy doesn't appear at all. I don't know, actually. I don't know whose OCs you're talking about, Emma. But in any case, well, what, Andrews?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was
I
you.
never said a word either.
Oh, was it you, Brendan, trying to talk then?
Oh, it's all good. I was just gonna say, like, because I mean, in my last video, in my last episode, I did. Well, my last episode that is up on my channel, I did. Basically, it was truly an amazing masterpiece. Seeing the Union Pacific Big Boy ascend Gordon's Hill with a bunch of Flying Scotsman Mallard, Green Arrow, Coronation Class, the Rocket, Catch Me If You Can, Puffing Billy, and a few other engines.
That literally sounds insane, Brandon.
So wouldn't that engine of that size break the British Logan gauge?
Yeah, people keep on slandering me for that, but It's the trained universe in the game, all right. You can get away with that, but yeah, that's one of the reasons that I was never going to add in the Clinchfield film, except for on the American gauges. I was never going to have, Big Boy in, despite I wanted to. But the thing was, it was just ridiculous. That's why I went with a Class A Norfolk and Western locomotive, which is smaller than the Big Boy. And if you compare them all into size, they are big, but they're smaller in size. Well, and I'm just looking on DeviantArt, and there's a model of Paxton, and this weird DeviantArt bloke is calling it the Paxton Express. Are you serious?
Well, that actually does sound hilarious.
It's a good name, but I get it. But seriously, I literally can't get over that name. I mean, it would be quite good for an express name, yes, but at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, is that really serious? I'll still be here, guys. I'm just going to search for something underneath my bed section. All right. Still there. So, Brandon, can you just fill in for a second while I just do a little searching in? Because I'm just going to search for something.
Oh yes, of course. So what was I going to say?
Oh yeah, this time, Brandon.
Huh?
Oh God! Hang on. I've just noticed here, United States of America say, "Would you introduce Penny to the Ghost Train?" Oh, for goodness sake, Brandon!
Okay.
Brandon, can you just fill it in for a second, please? While
Yes. Okay. United Engines of America. I'm going to explain something to you about Ghost Train and such, and Penny. Penny.
Hold on. Brandon, pause for 1 second, please. He's just asked me. He's just said to me, "How's life in England?" Let's just say it's a bit of a struggle.
For which person, you or you?
But unlike the United States, unfortunately, which is completely in a cluster upside down thing, here in the UK, it's not too bad, but we're struggling with pride, all right?
Apparently, we're going to be going back into lockdown in September.
Well, it depends, really, if we break the rules or whatever. Hopefully, we don't. But anyway, I didn't realise, NWI is your... Oh, nice. But anyway, back to what you were saying, Brandon. Just go quickly, otherwise do a little...
All right, so I'm going to put this bluntly here, United Engines of America. Glenn is in semi-retirement. He's discontinued his Ghost Train series. Penny is an OC that was created by Shinica Entertainment Productions, meaning Shiner Ortiz, Taylor Castro.
Brandon, that's not going to be good. If they find out, I might be dead meat.
Look.
Yeah. Don't mention that group, please.
Please.
All I'm going to say is this:
Please.
Glenn is he's discontinued his series, so that's all I'm going to say on that. So.
Where the fuck is it?
Anyway, moving on from that. And it says here, Imamoka says he's made a drawing of Timothy and
You mean okay. I can see her here, but I don't want to put her because she doesn't unmute herself. That's the problem. Okay. NWR Emma Productions tried to come on, but she didn't get her microphone muted or whatever he did. Same thing that Luca was successful in doing, which was why I was trying to get her in.
Oh, mine was just lagging.
Okay, there we go. Here's the link in case you want to go in, lads. Okay. I know. Oh boy. I just hope and pray that the other lads don't know, because last time everything, it was all, But I do get that. I don't know why, but I always get the funny thing. I'm always getting watched, no matter where I go, especially when I was with you, Brandon.
Yeah, I think best to edit this after this is over.
That's the problem. I don't have anything to edit out at all.
Actually, Glenn, I'll show you once the stream ends.
How can you edit a stream? I don't even get it.
It's actually easy.
Yeah.
What is this story?
How? I've never seen it happen.
Well, it's in the video manager.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, but I've checked in my video. It didn't save my video anything at all because I'm using a different thing or whatever it is. And speaking of which, whose dog's barking in the background?
Not mine.
That might be mine. I do
So
apologize.
basically, so if you want to go go to a video, you have to go to your YouTube studio, click the video, and then there's like a pencil icon where it says details.
Yeah.
Then more options, or no, actually no, editor under analytics. There's a trim option that you can select. Huh?
Yeah, I get it. All right, I'm listening.
Yeah, there's a trim option. You go to that point, you can edit that out. And then once you do that, you will be able to hit save or save as new. Then it will export as a new video on its own, and then it should be fine.
Oh, by the way, Brandon and guys, I got something good for you. I checked up on my DNA, and it turned out that Liz had fabbed 2 of my 311 images that I did in her dedication. So that must be a good sign for her. Maybe perhaps she's starting to maybe see that I am a good person anyway.
One can only hope.
Yeah, she fabbed 2 of them, and I said thanks for the fabbs. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, funny enough, if I'm correct, Brandon, has she ever been streaming before, or has she never been involved in one?
Who, Liz?
Yeah, has Liz ever been on these streams like here before? Because I don't remember one.
She's done a couple of streams on her StreamYard, but she only invites people that she knows well.
Well, I've kind of known her for quite a while, whatever the heck. But like I said, I've never seen her once use it. Even if I see her on her channel, I don't recall her seeing them use it at all. Maybe that was wait. I think she used the Hangout once at the time. I don't think she ever.
Good times.
I don't think,
Yeah, the Hangouts on air, but then that discontinued, and yeah.
But you said they might be bringing it back, though, didn't you say, Brandon?
Oh yeah, Hangouts Ultimate. That will be in a month and a half from now. So with Hangouts Ultimate.
Okay, I'm just looking around still. No, look, I know it's a bit weird for you seeing me got my hat submerged here, but just looking on the ground here for something. That's all.
Okay, should be in the credits who's in this thing. Oh, here we go.
Okay, ST129 here is with us as well. Okay, you want to join? Okay, United States. If you want to join in, fine. Fine, it's your choice. I can see him. Oh, Pointer Fox, the Duke. What the heck? I don't know who these dudes are. I ain't talking Hulk Hogan, brother. All right.
That's why whenever I do a stream, I never share the link in the chat.
Well, I have to in case if anybody wants to, because you never know who's going to pop in. That's the good thing about it.
Yeah.
You just never know. Okay, United Engines of America wants to pop in with us, so maybe we'll clear up some verify on this. Okay, I'm fine now. Let's just see what it was. I was just looking under my bed to see what might have been missed out because I've just been shoveling around earlier today.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got.
No, it's not.
Here we are.
Hello
United
there.
America. Oh, hello there.
Hello, Americans.
Hello then. Welcome aboard my third and final test streaming.
And let me just say, it is an honor to meet you.
I was going to do a stream today, but I can't be bothered.
Believe me, I actually would like to visit England.
Oh, you would,
I
yeah.
like the railways.
One of the best railways you'd love to go to. I've been on a couple of them, but if you were to come to a heritage railway, I would suggest you go to the Severn Valley Railway, the one that apparently goes from Kidderminster to Bridgnorth and back again.
And look what I have here.
It's the best. Oh, you got Lady and you got Toby, all the Wood and Thomas stuff.
I actually got these on eBay.
Not bad.
Nice.
And speaking of which, when I was on the Severn Valley, I got these things.
I used to have taken play stuff, but I gave them away.
As you can see here, lads, I got my own, my recently last American engine, a Penske. And if you look closely
So
enough,
do you
guess
know
who it is?
why my OC character is an E2 tank engine?
Yeah, and look who it is with the number. If you look closely.
Oh,
8233.
No, it's 3233.
Who is it?
And
Who is it?
I
and that
heard
might-
you did a lot of projects with Thomas 1, Edward 2, and Henry 3.
That's me, yep. I was in one of them. Most respectful man in the community I've ever met.
I like it when
Uh,
you voice Winston
You
or
mean
Eagle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, basically I'm just talking normal. That's how I voiced him.
I also remember you
Yeah,
voicing
whenever I pick up
Constable
Eagle,
Chat
I
at
think
one point.
you're the perfect perfect
Thanks.
fit.
If you
For
don't
him.
know who if you don't know who this locomotive is, it might bring you some nostalgia of an old series. Do you remember Thompson Line? And he used to do his old classic series.
No, there's a lot of
Well,
Thomas series.
No.
Well, this locomotive appeared, and her name was Victoria, and she
I was
there.
Victor Tanzik and joined this call.
Oh, I'd love him to pop in big time. I'd do anything to have him in. Yeah, but this was an old nostalgia engine apparently I got, and if you thought that was clever, I just got my recent Hornby engine last year, and here it is. I finally got the engine I wanted, Tornado. Here she
Oh.
is.
Oh,
Yeah,
lucky me.
Tornado.
Here
I've
she
wanted
is.
that.
Actually, I have a question about Tornado. Is he an A3?
Tornado.
Is he or she an A3?
No, he's not related to the
Peppercorn.
Brethren Pacifics. He's a Peppercorn A1.
Yeah.
Oh,
So in
And
other
he got
words,
beaten by a
a cousin to the A3s.
Not actually, not a cousin. Actually, it turns out in the family wise, it turns out that Tornado is actually Flying Scotsman's great granddaughter. That's what the
has
Peppercorns
anyone
were.
noticed that Thomas could be probably an experimental E2 tank engine?
Well, he was said in Enterprise. He was said in the thing clothesman thing. Edward said he was a prototype. I kind of believe he may have been one of them. Whereas in my head canon, with my rebooting series, he is actually the first one built just after Timothy, but he did have extra pairs of spare parts from the prototyping, hence why he
I'm
is in my.
trying to create my own OC character who looks just like Thomas, has the face, but think of them as twins.
Yeah, like Bill and Ben type. I get where you're coming from.
Don Douglas and Aaron Burt.
The idea
I
about
remember getting.
when I was asking the chat about Penny, the ghost engine, I was wondering if you would bring him in there.
That's not happening, unfortunately. Penny will not be coming in. I have to make a new OC for Timothy to have all of as I have agreed with. Look.
Oh, I guess it wouldn't make sense because Penny is
It
just a
is just a
recolor of
complicated
Rosie.
But says Andrews was talking there. Hang on. One at a time, please.
There's just a complicated history behind Kane Fan and the Shinaka group that owns Penny. Complicated.
I don't believe this.
So,
Like I
Anyway.
said, besides that, anyways, I'm going to go up to this, and I'm just looking on a Dumbo fantasy thing I'm a part of with you, and I don't believe it. It's like someone heard me. I said this once at the Disney store. I could.
Yeah,
I could
is that Yvonne?
I could picture
Yeah.
I could picture like Dumbo holding Thor's hammer, and someone's actually done an art picture of it, saying that Dumbo is worthy. I cannot believe it. That's awesome.
Okay. And I also
I
saw
got
that
Ivan
Yvonne
from-
was.
That's amazing.
I got Ivan from the Bluebell Railway.
Awesome.
The hell? Who the heck is Yavanichio? I don't know what that bloke is saying.
Oh, I'm a Moshe?
No, there's a deviant guy. God landed this other. He's not even speaking in English in his comic box.
Oh.
On my stash. What I was saying about
Can you
my.
guys still see me? My screen's kind of freezed up, kind of.
I can actually. No, actually, I can see you moving.
Oh.
You're fine.
Well, I was thinking instead of Penny, because it wouldn't make sense because her class came during World War II.
Hmm.
It should be Lady. That'll take her place.
No, Lady's very. Oh wow, that's nice.
Lady X Timothy, I can't see that.
That
Why
wasn't
would
too
Lady fall in love with a really old engine?
Yeah. I mean, now it was pulled. That concept was pulled up in Train Inspector 11G2's universe.
The thing is with mine, I'm thinking of a different one, but I'm still going to use Percy's model because it's pretty clearly obvious that his kind were definitely around before Thomas even existed. So that's the best I can do. It's not going to be in Penny's colors or whatever the heck. I'm going to think of a different livery. I'm going to think of a face pack thing, but she's going to have something different. That's the thing I'm having apparently. She's going to have a different name and she won't be in the same timeline. But
So-
if you were to put the two together, you know what I mean. I would say in age-wise, she's going to be a lot younger.
So, okay. So, what inspired you to make Timothy the Ghost Train?
Easy. I said this just earlier on in the stream. If you want to rewatch it later on, I said, like I said, everybody was doing their own version of the so-called deleted scene of the Ghost Train TBS thing, and it just took off from there. And then I saw custom models of what Timothy looks like, and then eventually it just sort of clicked, and I thought I'd give it a shot myself. And it just took off from there, except mine's like technically an extended film take off the creepypasta, just with the TVS and Railway series of Ghost Train sliced together, but with a realistic storytelling, and the timeline taking place in 2015, hence making Thomas 100 years of age. Or whatever it was. Well, not 100 years of age.
What was
And Timothy, remember the second
I don't like what Mattel is doing with Thomas right now.
Look, the less we talk about Mattel and Thomas 3, the better. Please, I know. I mean, there's some good that they can do, but like I said, the whole thing about it is really, 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 turned up on its head a minute. It's like they sink. It's basically I hate to say, it's like a sinking company like the Titanic. That's what I would dare say. It just hasn't gone down yet.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
But if Thomas was to come back, I think a lot of fans will tell you that I think a soft reboot would be the perfect thing, and try and learn back to what they learned. Like go back to what they did in The Adventure Begins, when in 2015 they were doing that was the best that they did.
Yeah. How about they introduce characters from the Railway series, or bring some characters back, like Boko.
Yes, they need to bring back Boko.
Or Colby. And Stepney.
Coley is a good idea.
Yeah, and Daisy.
Yeah,
Well, yes, and of course, Bowler. Bowler is a prominent engine.
Okay, we got Miracle Mocha says she's ready to pop in, but she's still got her microphone muted. I don't get that.
Oh, there's one
An
more
idea I actually thought of. What if Diesel 10 sound like Freddy Krueger?
Oh, Jesus. No, that's why I was trying to base Timothy as in my voice acting. That's why I was,
If there's one engine that should return, it's Duke. Duke should return.
Okay. Yeah, Duke needs to come back. And there she is, in a medical mocha, and there she is holding a poster of Timothy. In my honor, nice. Except she's got her mic muted, and I can't even see what she's saying, unless she doesn't. I don't know.
Hey, Kane, have you ever worked with Enterprise and Engine?
Oh my goodness, man! I'd love to work with him. He did a great job in voicing in Ghost Train 2. I'd love to do anything for that dude.
I like to say it. Enterprise and Engine is a good voice for Edward.
He's even good. He's even good for Bertram.
Yes, Bertram the bus. Yeah.
No, not Brandon, please. Please, Brandon. Stop this.
LOL.
Oh no.
What?
Bertram the bus. That's a good one.
Why do you keep on sonaring us, for goodness sake?
I want to let you guys know I did try to make my own Thomas series called The Real.
Okay.
Now, The Real Thomas and Tankerton and Friends.
Okay. Okay, Brandon, thanks to you now. Why am I picturing Bertram's face on Bertie the Bus instead? Thanks to you now. That is just creepy. That is creeping the shit out of me right now.
Now imagine if Beresford's face was on Bertie the Bus's body.
What's next? Bertram got changed into a bus now, like when Andrew turned into a packet boat.
Typically.
Oh, jeez.
You know, I tried to start my own Thomas series. I tried.
Okay, it looks like Luke is having problems here, so I might have to cut him off for a second.
All right.
Oh,
Technically, Bertram's face is
but I have
Smudge's.
problems with my
I-
computer.
Okay, somebody here wants to join here who's got a weird looking icon with a
Hold
rainbow.
on, I'll be right back.
All right.
I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Technically,
I need to fix my screen here because on my screen it's
Oh,
freezing
fuck.
now. It's already froze.
I can see you clearly. I'll bring you back
PvP,
afterwards. Right.
PvP
PvP.
Fox and the Duck.
I don't know who this dude is, but he might be a fan of mine. I do not know. I've got no clue. But I'm waiting to see if he or she unmutes. I do
There's
know.
like two strangers in here now. But technically,
Are they?
Bertram's face is Smudge's. Because
Yes, he is.
Bertram is made from. Yeah, Bertram is made from Duke's body and Smudge's face.
But technically, in my head canon, Bertram and Smudger weren't related in my head canon. They built the same,
Although I have
but
to
they
say,
weren't.
though I have to say, Thomas Wright Never 2 Henry 3's canon of Smudger becoming Bertram, that is good.
That
That's a
makes
good take on
perfect
it.
sense. Yeah, now we know why he has his face. But in my head canon, I didn't want them to be the same.
And that was also a good twist on the Old Iron Bridge as well. I did that.
Oh yeah, at least we now know. But here's another headcanon. While I was doing my Bridge of Doom thing, which was gonna follow originally after the Clinchfield thing, originally.
I saw that on
before we-
DeviantArt. I saw that.
Yeah,
I actually
the
read that
Bridge-
on DeviantArt.
Yeah, you read it on my DeviantArt. Yeah, I still need to go back and finish that because that actually follows a real event, maybe, and it also follows that in mine. Turns out that Smudger wasn't the first to fall off. It turns out that multi-engines fell. You had, the ghost from Shunter Productions fell off from the whole thing, and then you had Smudger, who became, instead of mine being Bertram, the same engine, he was just built into a Rita engine, still called Smudger, but was a good guy in the end, and he died in that one. And then eventually we had, the same guy, I think the same engine who fell off the Iron Bridge or whatever it was, and then we got to see that the actual engine, spoiler alert, was actually Proteus himself, who was the first one who fell off the Iron Bridge in 1924, and that makes him the one that Duncan saw in Duncan Gets Spooked. So technically, that's the reason why you saw him make a brief cameo in that thing. That's basically was going to be the hint of what's going to happen.
So that's why we
next.
saw Proteus in. That's why Proteus was in Ghost Train 3.
Yeah, Ghost Train 2.
2.
Yeah, but it is a
2, yeah.
foreshadow. People kept thinking it was Albert
yeah.
or Proteus, but who knows? And if you look at Sir Handel's reaction, technically he was going to get a big role in the next one at that point because it was definitely going to focus on him a little bit. It was just foreshadow. Yeah, everybody else thought Proteus has come to save the day or whatever the heck. That wasn't really the case, but I did like to see. I was actually happy to see that everyone was talking. Even though the plot was getting a little weird at that point, it was just one of those things that was, that kind of makes sense, but it was like a big massive plot hole. So then, looks like Bravely the Duck is not even responding. Okay, then Ibukyo, Marco, you're still here with us, and you've got yourself unmuted. We can't even hear you. She's got her headsets on, so she definitely knows that she can hear what we're saying. I don't know what the hell.
She was on mute for a little bit.
I didn't see her. She doesn't have to say if she wants to say something. That's fine. I know she's kind of a bit. I guess maybe she's kind of too nervous to speak to while famous. Yeah, if she's shy, I can clearly get that, but she looks innocent enough. Now, who the hell? Fire J Bashaw. Who the hell is this dude? Okay. Ghost is my favorite. Well, actually, they're all very good, actually. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have done what I've done over the last 5 years. Despite the fact he kind of has me on my Twitter thing, which is kind of very upsetting, to be honest, because he's one of my idolizers, and it's funny because every time I spoke to him in the comments I gave on his video, he loved what I was saying. Because I was always giving him credit where credit is due and how much I appreciate what he does. Thus, the more idolizing I become. Yes, he may not like my Timothy stuff. He doesn't have to like it, but there's no reason for him to go, I wouldn't say venting on me or whatever the heck, but like I say, he didn't have to get all in my face about it, But I still hold nothing against him. I still consider him as one of the greatest guys in the Thomas fandom that there ever is, and I still owe him a lot, because I still look up to him as an idolizing hero. Same thing with NWR in 1991 and the rest of the cool dudes out there on the Thomas community and the Trains universe that know how to tell stories. That's all right, United States and America. We'll see what happens another time, okay? Oh boy, did a good job on the stream, and oh really? Nice. Okay, Brandon. I see the two of you are communicating right now as we speak. Then again, I need to ask you again. I don't know if I've asked you this before again, Brandon, but when you did your review thing with your OC and Katrina, who's that Russian locomotive, I always keep thinking to myself, who the heck was Boyster unless you were using a software to make her speak Russian? And of course, you didn't even bother putting the subtitles because I couldn't understand what he was saying. Unless
it was English. It was English. I just I was tight for time and with that project, so because there was a lot of delays and such. So yeah.
I thought for a split second it was one of the guys. Like I thought it was Madison, or was it what's her name, or whatever it was, who could speak in two different languages. Speak bilingual, who could speak in two languages besides English. Okie dokie then. Entry. Hey, don't bring that. Hey, don't bring that up. Like, we do not speak about that whole thing. Monica, please. Not Monica. ISB a rail fan? No. We don't talk about Shed 17. We cut that
yeah,
off.
but that's over with.
Why? No,
Oh,
it's dead.
oh
like-
man.
That's been and gone.
Yeah, like that's
What's a petite?
Look who's back with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Football 29-7. I mean 27-9.
Yeah. The one who said that whole thing that made us need puke up. Oh, and she's muted herself. I guess she was taken aback by what you said there, Brandon.
well.
I could tell
see,
by
the
its reaction.
Okay, let me explain. She said that her wish was to become a voice actress. I said, "Oh, I have a role open for you," and I just,
Yeah, but you saw the reaction. I can't
Like she
believe
w-
it. She's still muted, and I can't even hear what she's saying.
I think she felt honored. So,
Then again, I don't know if she has good English or not. I'm not too sure. So
I think it's gonna be amazing.
Then again, why am I getting the impression that she would have sounded like a true, even though I don't think she's Russian?
Look. I in no way, I don't. This is my first time meeting this person.
I know. I meant sorry. It's kind of funny because I actually had a funny feeling at one point. Was your I don't know why. I mean, I know you have you got a real life girlfriend, Brandon, which is true. But I actually kind of thought from my spot, and I also thought for a second, was that actually your girlfriend in real life also voicing Katrina herself? Since if I'm correct, she is Russian. If I'm right.
It's all good. It's all good.
I was absolutely confused. Like I still am to this day, Brandon, because I don't know how you pulled it off.
Well, a little bit of magic and gold dust.
You're not pestering me at all, United States, mate. It's all right. It's okay. Do not worry.
Sparkle.
Oh Jesus! Let's not go sparkle. Okay, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, Brandon's muted.
Twice. Hopefully he will not be muted too long, because that will make my streaming a little bit. Venice, look, I know you want to join in, but there might be not this time, I don't think. But like I said, if anybody else wants to pop in, they're fine. So you and me will just have to carry on at this point.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you might check on my DA, by the way, and Mr. Agent Andrews. I've uploaded a few images of myself as a Sith Lord with Darth Vader based on my canon.
I saw that.
So what did you think of
that's
them? What did you think
Yeah,
of them?
that's, yeah, that's a good.
Yeah,
It's
especially
like
those. There's one with me taking Luke Skywalker to the Emperor, acting as Vader behind him, and then there's the infamous. And there's one of me of him somewhat handshaking because we know what we're going to do.
Mm.
Everything's all looking good.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's a little bit far-fetched, mate. We don't want to go back to 1969 or 2004. That is way too far. I wasn't even there at the time in the 60s. I wasn't even existing. Wow. Turns out Football 27-9 is a Great Western fan.
Or fan of the GWO.
And what about you, Agent Andrews? I don't know if I asked you before, what railway fan would you be?
I honestly would prefer the Southern Railway. They actually had quite good classes.
Yeah.
Like there was like
If I was
there's like they had the I think the like if I had to pick one engine from Thomas's old railway, like the London Brighton South Coast, if I had to pick one engine that's not, I guess it's not being used for an OCA, I would have to pick the K class. The London
Nice.
Brighton South Coast K class.
There's one
Although
thing
I
was
actually do have an OC. I do have an OC that's a K class.
Nice. One of the things I was going to say was that, Andrew, originally, I mean, if you were a Southern fan, like you just said, I thought to myself, is it mainly because you're a big fan of Rebecca, the Thomas community, because she's a pre-Southern engine?
It wasn't really Rebecca. I guess I've liked Southern Railway since before Rebecca even came into the show. So I can't really explain it. It's like getting to know the history of engines from the Southern Railway, like Timothy actually being a member of the first batch, then our good old friend Thomas being a member of the second batch. It's like getting to know the history of the Southern Railway. It's actually quite good. Like, I don't know why, but Southern Railway's always just appealed to me more.
Oh God!
As if
United States of America says I hate Nia because she's pointless. Dude, I have nothing against Nia. She's still a very intriguing character.
Well, then again, some people hate Nia because she took Edward's spot.
That's no big deal. That's ridiculous. I always think that's ridiculous. All right, there's nothing wrong with that. Edward and Henry did leave. They're now living in Vicarstown.
Yeah, but then if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, since if you look at from Railway Series logic, Edward was the first engine created, technically, if you had the Railway Series into it.
Yes, he was, and Thomas and Henry and Gordon followed suit. It was all that's how the Railway Series was done, and Thomas came around shortly afterwards. So it all makes perfect sense. So I can see what Mattel were trying to do. But again, the fans, well, these are fans who just don't know nothing about the whole Thomas thing. I think it was all right.
Yeah. I mean, I technically have to look at, I'm trying to look at all this Sodor history, like Sodor Mainland, Worlds Within Sudbury, because I'm actually starting my own series called Sodor Beginning. I actually have that as a casting call video on my channel. Roles are still available. Some are taken.
Funny enough, Agent Andrews, you and me actually think alike there, because that technically was going to be my own title, but when I was going to begin my what was it now? My because in my Thomas series, if you're watching my Demon art, you can see I actually began. Not all of them are Railway Series related, but like how it begins, like we go all the way back to 1913, and then when Thomas and Edward were arriving, you saw what they looked like, at least in my head canon.
Yeah. I go all the way back to when the first railway was created, that being the Sodor Mainland Railway with Neil.
Yeah,
the box tanks.
Yep, they're in there too as well. Of course, you had the Sutherland Wellsworth engines as well, which were Adam, Lily, and Colin. They were around at the time as well. Again, you can most of it. It's mostly like mine's like an extended pickup version of what Thomas 102 and 3 was doing, but in a twist style of Wardner Wester in a way.
Yeah, now in my head canon, I know for the Timothy and Nels Bridgewater they have 4 coffee pots, but since only Glenn's been made, in my head canon, I'll have Timothy as the second engine around that line.
Funny enough, I'm telling you, Andrews, you and me are thinking of like I did a what if thing if Timothy like an iconic shot where Thomas is like was my home before Thomas's. I just kind of think I was just doing that for fun, but people thought it was a very intriguing what if scenario. Because funny enough, that was going to be the original idea in the Ghost Train saga. It wasn't going to be haunted on the Kurt Roman. It was originally going to be because why was Timothy in the first film? Why was he on the branch line? Because originally he was going to be one of the originals who ran it first, just before Thomas did. But because I remembered in what branch line he was running on at the time, he was nowhere near Alsbridge. He was like on the opposite side, because I think if I remember correctly, the Northwestern Railway was made of like of 3 smaller companies at the time. I think it was. And and of course, I think Timothy was involved on the Knapford and something branch, or wherever it was. I'm trying to remember now because this was from another old friend of mine that he was a part of. Because they all had lines, because the viaduct was not even built at the time, and because the world was still cut off and it wasn't even connected. And speaking of Glenn, the coffee pot engine, he's also alive in mine as well. That helped, and Timothy knew him as well briefly. Helping him around because, as you saw in the flashback, he was there in the flashbacking of Ho and the Kurt Roman branch when he was brought around. So he did know them. So he knew Kurt Roman firsthand before he'd been taken over to the whole thing. So he knew all the other engines at the time that were there. This was in my head canon at the time before the whole merging began.
All right.
Very true. I mean, there was, of course, for the time that, and I do not really know that question, the answer to that question about Neil knowing Timothy. Like
about the whole thing. If you ever knew who the big engine was at the time, Winston was the only big engine available in the line, which is why you see him a lot in my films. I mean, not why you see him a lot in my pictures.
Although, if you think about it size-wise, Adam was the biggest before Winston.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
Adam, yeah.
He was big in terms of tank engine-wise, but if you want to talk about tender engine-wise, he was the first one.
Yeah, that's Winston.
Yeah, Winston was the first tender engine on Solo to come about, I guess. Which is why I look at him as the big red engine. No disrespect to James. Yeah, so there's a lot of...
I've still got to figure out...
Yeah, but then in a headcanon afterwards, after Timothy's repair, I mean, he does go back on his Kurt Roman branch, but then at one point, he does so well in it, he's done so good. But because of him having a branch line, Thomas has his own. The original idea that he comes back after being reborn in terms of like him being in a coma, and then he ends up working on Thomas's branch so that the Subarus can get together again. That's the original reason why I brought him back. Plus, I just felt like, he deserves to be on the Kurt Roman, since a lot of people are now recognizing that was his old home.
Very true. Now, of course, we must all understand a certain prairie tank works on the Kurt Roman branch as his primary fathership.
Yes, we all know. Well, Eric doesn't exist in my canon, mate. So in mine, because when it extended afterwards, as we saw in the sequel, we saw Lily getting to be on it, and then we saw Nigel, whatever her name is, that Diesel, Iris.
Oh, Iris, yes. Now,
yeah, because the whole thing is because it's both, because Lily's like, at this time, I was thinking it should go to Lily because this is my headcanon. So I think Lily deserves to have one of her own. So I thought maybe I could work for my canon. And so I thought maybe she could work on that one. And then, as being the primary steam engine of it. And then eventually what I did afterwards, I thought Iris could be the primary diesel because it's like a diesel and steam branch. And then, because Iris could work mainly as the freight one while being the main shunter around where Lily does all the harder work. That's the reason why you saw the two of them briefly make a cameo in my 311 film to give you an idea of what I was doing. And that's what I mean, Brandon.
Indeed.
Yeah. That, and you were saying anyways, Brandon.
Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, Eric and now his twin William, who we saw in End of Our Origins, like they're prairie tanks. And now I will also say, like, of course, we mustn't also forget that that's where the magic buffers are located, Kirk Ronan.
Indeed. Yes, Neil, actually, United Engines asked me a question. Yes, Neil does know of Timothy. He actually knew him pretty well. The Smoky Boxy engines knew him more than anybody else did.
There we go.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, and of course, if I ever come back out of retirement, I might cast you as well, Mocha, because I do have a lot of female engines in mind. I just haven't casted anybody else yet, especially from my American steam engines I've had. Who knows? Maybe if I make Timothy's new female interest lover, who knows who will take the role. You just never know. Okay. Like that, I'm just talking on Streamline again, doing my third final testing before I do my official. Alright. Yeah. Okay. There you are, Andrews. Yeah, I saw you drop for a second.
Hi, Agent Andrews. Welcome aboard.
He's back now after he got off for a second.
Yeah, yep. No idea what happened there.
Wow.
Okay,
I think Kid Entertainment Mattel should make a special episode called The Missing Coach and get Ringo Starr to narrate the episode, maybe as a charity fundraiser.
Yes, that would be beautiful.
Okay, now honestly, here's the thing. Now I'm going to tell you a little something. Brent Allcroft's nephew has the Missing Coach episode in his archives.
He does.
So,
I believe you.
It even says so in the wiki. Now, in saying that, I mean, now, here's the thing. We know that the Missing Coach is essentially a copy of any Clarabelle minus the face. Essentially an LBSC Stradley 1.
Yeah.
I mean, now, yes, it makes sense for that coach to be part of Gordon's Express.
Indeed.
And I believe the Red Branch Line coaches are from the LBSC railway as well.
I think so, because the LNER and the LMS combined forces to create such a brethren of amazing, perfections. Because if we think about it, the only coaches that we've yet to see in CGI is the old coaches from season 1 that Edward took in the television series, that Henry took in the television series, that James took in the television series, and Percy and Thomas took in the television series. We missed those coaches. Were they scrapped after season 1? Were they returned to the LNER? Were they right where they came from? Did Alfred steal the coaches out of pure spite? We don't know.
No, we have no one earthly idea there, Brandon. Just chill there for a second. You were going off into a spazzy there.
I'm sorry if I was being dramatic in a funny way, but
just chill.
Although the Markin engine could have took them, because they had a Markin engine in season 1.
That's true about the Markland engine. We did see Markland and Off the Rails though.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, he
he
was
was
that. He was those two lights going past when Gordon was
Yep.
being rescued and off the rails.
Those two lights that were passing by the Vickerstown sheds.
Ask
That
about
was
that.
Markland.
Who? Markland? Who?
You know the Markland engine? The two
Oh.
lights that were seen in Off the Rails when Gordon was being rescued by James in the
Yeah, we all
television
met
series.
that. I'm not gonna lie. I used to thought that was kind of creepy. Not the engine itself, but why the lights were there and we never got to see the engine itself. Like, I was thinking, who's moving in the background?
Well, I did a bit of Photoshop editing, and it turns out that is Markland. Like I make the picture brighter, and like it is Markland.
Oh, wasn't sure who he is.
Or you can take some fun speculation of guessing that could be. You can, even though it actually is Markland, like you can take some fun, like some fun fan fiction saying that's Edward with the special train.
And some people, I don't know why, but for some odd reason, when I used to look at it nowadays, I used to think, is that an unknown, mysterious ghost engine without no one realizing it?
Well, I mean, it is true because at every year on the date of the accident, he runs again as a warning to others, plunging into the gap, shrieking like a lost soul.
Yeah, but this was not on the day or wherever it was. It looked like something was weird there, and also we also got to see it briefly with Percy Takes the Plunge. We saw a Diesel in the background, and obviously, yes, it was Diesel, but some people think it was Daisy, but no, it was actually Diesel.
It was Diesel with
Yeah.
the missing coach originally, but it wasn't. It turns out it was just a light that was above Diesel when he was. Because here's the thing, I honestly think that. I think this is my honest opinion. After the Duck and Diesel trilogy, I think that's what Diesel just leaving to go back to the other railway.
Yeah, I believe that's what makes us speculate, because it happened way after that. So I do assume that maybe that was after he was sent packing.
Yeah, like we like he was, heading
even
to.
though it was right before.
Yeah, which honestly, if you flip flop the episodes around, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, right. But some people think, was this like after or something? Because I remember watching it, I wasn't too sure about it afterwards, because on the VHS it was all jumbled up when I had it.
The
Yeah,
VHS and the PVD and all that, like.
Yeah, they weren't followed in order. But if we saw them in order now on the DVDs or whatever, then we know exactly in the timeline when it may have been compared to the Railway series. Because in the Railway series we see. Like 8 famous engines, and Percy Takes the Plunge by then. So that's like way after Diesel and the Duck and the Diesel engine himself. So that was like way after he was sent in packing anyway. So I guess the Railway series was a little longer than it is in the TVS. Which I do find a little weird.
Actually, the Vickerstown sheds in season 1 have been renamed to Knapford sheds. In terms of TV series logic, like off the rails, Edward takes Gordon from Knapford all the way across the island, just to turn around.
Well, if you think it's shambles really. Yeah, but then again, of course, if you remember, Gordon couldn't light his fire up. He's not facing in the right direction, so he had to be pushed up, unfortunately, in order to get him to move around. I'm pretty sure every engine did that back in real life instead of practice, I guess.
But then the closest sheds would be Tidmouth, not Vickerstown.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's my point. Yep, to show my approval. It's always a pleasure having a new fan as well, Mocha. It's nice to have you coming anyways. If you ever need to channel maybe it's fine. Don't worry, it's okay. Anyways,
like I said, she was unmuted
too.
for a short time, and then, yeah. is that Ladias?
No, it's me.
Is that you?
I thought it was Brandon for a second.
Yes, me.
Oh, I thought that was Fuzz Fuzz.
I thought, hey, Fuzz
No,
Fuzz and I,
no,
hey, don't
no.
mention.
Well, yeah, we look. Yeah, that. Well, I already took care of that in my own server. Like, point out the differences. Like, Fuzz does not have a scar. I do have a scar.
Just because, yeah,
Like that.
there's.
But yeah, my OC and Fuzz's OC look similar, with some significant differences. He has number 36, I have number 20. He has TFF, I have TCR. He has nameplate Chris, I have nameplate Adam. He does not have a scar, I do have a scar. And we have different whistles. Those are the only differences between us. Oh, and he's blue lining, I have yellow lining. Yeah, that's all the differences. Though I won't go into detail about why I just pointed them out, because that'll take forever. Oh, that's the third time he's muted.
Yeah, but he didn't take. But likely he hasn't been taking long with the muting stuff, which makes a nice change.
Yep. And this is actually my first time talking with Brandon, actually. I just noticed that.
I thought you were on the last time you were with us and you were in the chat with him once. Maybe when I did my first stream, I'm sure you were with me on it.
I don't think I was in there when he was in.
I'm just going to hit my first screen. There's something here as well that's going to happen in my canon. I know this is kind of a bit weird, but I like this new express thing that I saw once on this cool thing, and Henry's the only one assigned to take the train. It's like another express, but it's not like the one that Gordon and Henry and James pulled, but this was like a newly christened express. I think Henry's in charge of this one. It kind of maybe gave me an idea that I could also adapt to my canon as part of a dedication, despite what many people might think of me. Which is this here. From this series, I thought it was quite nice. This here. It was here.
Ah, that one.
This one here. Backman Henry. It's down here. Here it is.
Each day, Henry pulls the first passenger train from the big station. Now an express passenger service, the newly christened Tidmouth Flyer runs from the big station.
There it is. Have you heard it then? Tidmouth Flyer.
Ah, yeah. I had another name. I heard that there was another name it was called the Tidmouth Thunderbolt.
Yeah, there's a
And then
real
there was
engine.
and then there was the Vickerstown Flyer.
Really? Nice. I'm just thinking about adapting this into my actual series now because of this. Yeah, so I'm just thinking that might work out.
If you think about it, Henry's kind of overworked. He has to get up at 5 o'clock to take the Flying Kipper. Then after that, he's got his first passenger train.
But then again, yeah, he might do. Yeah, he might be. He might be overworked, but then again, you just never know. What if he's cut back from it? You know, what if he's no longer, no longer taking the Flying Kipper and somebody else is doing it for him? Like I said, the whole christening Tidmouth Flyer, I thought that was really nice, and I thought that might be a nice adaptation for my can as well, because I love. Look, it's my way of being dedicated, not like what other people think.
Yep. Oh, Brandon left.
Oh, this time it was official.
Yep.
What else is there? Oh yeah, so many cool things around, and there's I was just gonna say there's another thing I liked in these things in Star Wars. I always think Star Wars Theory was quite clever, but I always felt that, you may have seen in my Star Wars thing that me and Vader, well, we didn't break the rule of two because we had been around. He seriously kept me for so long for some odd reason. I don't know why, but yeah.
I mean, he kind of did with Starkiller in The Force Unleashed.
Yeah, well, like I said, we don't have Starkiller in mind. I've been around all the way from the beginning before Vader was there, and eventually, Sidious handed me over to Vader, and he made a bad mistake at that point because Vader decided to further train me around. Despite the fact I was still an apprentice, I became more of an assassin type for Sidious at that point, and eventually, Vader decided to keep me around, because the thing was, after the Emperor was going to die, I would take over and keep watch over Vader, and that's what was the original idea was going to be. But after we failed to get Luke Skywalker, we decided to hatch our plan to, well, not overthrow him, but we felt redemption was coming over because, we felt like we were going to become more good than bad, and then so we hatched a plan to get rid of the Emperor after all at that point and end the rule of two. It's in my head canon, apparently.
Well, I have been liking the Star Wars. I think it's called Star Wars Reading Club, where he's reading this new Vader comic, and at the moment, Vader has only just entered Padme's tomb and found the snippet.
Oh yeah, that's the bit where we get to the new. Yeah, I've catched up with the whole comic of Darth Vader. It covers up his life. I mean, these would be perfect if these were done for a standalone Vader film. It'd be perfect.
I mean, I am so hyped to see Vader get to Padme, to where Padme is.
Me too.
I'm so hyped to see what, will Sabe die? Will she live? What will happen?
Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this is going to be the triggering point. In my opinion, it's going to help Vader return back to the light when he figures out that his master actually tricked him. And eventually he will, and that will eventually set the sights of why he wants Luke to turn to the dark side, so that he can not just take over, but to kill his master and eventually, maybe return to the light side afterwards, That's what I'm thinking.
And I'm also hyped for when Star Wars Theories Vader Episode 2 comes.
Me too. I have a funny feeling that's going to hit. That's him when he meets a certain old Jedi. I've got that funny feeling.
Yeah. And then. Although I have not seen The Mandalorian yet, I am hyped for And then speaking of characters coming back, I'm hyped for speaking of characters we don't know, then getting to know. I have grown to like Ahsoka, from the Clone Wars and Rebels.
You mean Ahsoka?
Yeah, Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah.
At first, at first in Clone Wars seasons 1 and 2, she's just, in my opinion, just annoying.
I thought the same
Episode 3, and then in season 3, that's when she's more tolerable.
Yeah, especially when she had a fight with Darth Vader in the end. Not to mention, I actually learned from Ahsoka how to reverse the bleeding method from changing a red saber crystal into a white. Hence why you saw my DeviantArt actually have white lightsabers. Hence I ended up making my own Jedi lightsabers in the end because I used to start as one, and then eventually I made a bunch of them. So I actually carried spare sabers. I'm no longer a Jedi. I'm not a Sith. I'm kind of stuck in between at that point.
Yeah, that's what's called the Grey Jedi.
Yeah, that's what I actually become. That's just how I am. I just go by both sides. And I think the Grey code works a lot better, and that's the kind of rule I would follow.
And then I've heard George Lucas is taking over again to restart the sequels, episodes 7, 8, and 9.
Well, that's good. So
Yeah.
he wants to correct what was done wrong.
Yeah. Most of the wrong was by Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, it's like that.
Like,
It's like what's his name, Brian Singer, who did the whole correction with the X-Men. You know, he did the X-Men past and
like
future.
and
And he corrected the whole thing, and he corrected what happened in X-Men 2 and 3 and Origins, which was absolutely terrible. They'd gone so irreparably with it, and eventually past and present solved it all up, and it was just done so beautifully, and it saved the franchise, and it was like rebooted without even being rebooted. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, like Anakin Saber gets split in half, then repaired, and no,
You mean
that doesn't.
no? Anakin
Yeah,
did,
like
no, Anakin lost his limb
and
and his arm, and he survived into his
no,
armor.
no, I mean,
Darth
no, I
Maul
mean
got
I mean Anakin's lightsaber. When like in episode 8, that got pulled in half. Episode 9, it's repaired.
someone. Well, who knows? Someone must have fixed it for him. You know.
And like if Rey and Ben can force heal each other, why couldn't Obi-Wan force heal Qui-Gon?
Well, who
And
knows?
why couldn't Luke force heal Vader or Anakin?
Do you know what I'm thinking, Anthony? I think maybe at the time, if you think about it, we didn't know about all these whole things until later on. I think maybe Qui-Gon didn't teach Obi-Wan to do it, maybe. And I think Luke Skywalker had no idea what Force healing would have been. You know, who knows what would have happened if George Lucas does do this? If he's going to redo the whole, episode 7, 8, and 9. Well, technically, I think episode 9 kind of was good to end the saga as it was, which I was pretty satisfied. I was still hoping Darth Vader would have made an appearance, as a ghost that would have cost Palpatine, allowing Rey and, to make the kill,
At least we heard Anakin's voice, but actually seeing him would have been better.
Yeah, and seeing Qui-Gon as well. I would love to have seen all of them come back,
And how Rey can call herself a Skywalker just when, Rey is born a Palpatine. She uses 2 Skywalker lightsabers to defeat Sidious, and then she calls herself a Skywalker. That's just not right.
No, but I actually thought that was a good thing in my opinion. I guess maybe that was her way of staying in the light side of the Force, maybe. So maybe she could continue on the Skywalker legacy. I think that's what she was doing to masquerade. I kind of liked how it was. But to hear the Emperor come back when he returned, I was geeking out. I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be brilliant!" And then we saw all the elements from the Death Star and saw some, Easter eggs from the previous.
Also, I believe there was original plans for Ben Solo and Darth Sidious to actually lightsaber fight, and that never happened.
Well, yeah, maybe. Well, we all know Sidious would have been too powerful. But here's the thing, and don't get me started on Kylo Ren either. I literally hate him, legitimately, as a fan and as a Star Wars bloke, because I had high hopes for him. But then soon after, I saw, he's not like Darth Vader. He's just an Anakin ripoff, and he's not powerful as Vader. And believe me, I was hoping Darth Vader would have returned, as revenge for killing Luke episode 8, which I still have a massive grudge against. But I think a lot of fans can agree. I was literally heartbroken. I was like, Disney and Star Wars, what are you guys doing? You're killing off every franchise. It's almost like they were slapping us in the face. It was like they didn't give
They killed Luke, Han, Leia. Chewbacca stays alive.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like I said, it was almost like Disney had no idea what they were doing. But they were doing good for merchandise, yes. But to make a Star Wars movie and everything like this, it just didn't have the same feel as episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, had this all have been to be honest, I would love to have seen Darth Vader as a Force Sith ghost. and he could have, like, you know, instead of having Snoke, who I hated, literally hated, I was thinking, what if Darth Vader's ghost was the one that could have, like, you know, turned it Kylo to the dark side, and he's the one who's controlling his mind as a Force ghost, you know, to subdue him to the dark side.
Yeah. That would have been nice.
Yeah, well, yes, again, football fan, Anakin did join the Sith. He was consumed by the dark side, but in the end, as we all saw, he turned back to the light and he destroyed the Sith, including himself. So he did fulfill the prophecy, the prophecy. And despite the fact that we saw Kylo Ren and Snoke in the saga, they weren't Sith. Not in my opinion. They were just a mockery. Yeah, I blame him as well, big time. He said he was a Star Wars fan. Just proves to show that what he was, technically what we can all agree on, what we saw wasn't canon. I just don't, I mean, on paper the story sounds like it came from a canon, but movie-wise, nah. Hopefully the lightsaber battles can be a lot better.
I mean, in the books, Chewbacca dies. In the movies, Chewbacca lives.
Maybe they did, well, as we all know in the family, maybe they didn't want to kill every character off too much, you know. In the books, maybe you can go into depth, but in movie-wise, they couldn't do everything. Again, because of budget reasons, perhaps, you know. Then again, that YouTube user, NV number 2, who does all those deleted, edited sceneries that we didn't see, which are amazing. Which actually made perfect sense, actually. It tells the story of Vader's life, what we didn't see in the movies, and everything else that we didn't get to see. He even did one of Kylo Ren uncovering the Sith secrets, which made more sense. And of course, the guys in the comments said this should have been in the movie, and then it would have told complete sense. That I would have had no problem. Then I could understand Kylo Ren as a bad guy. But like I said, I just hate him. Legitimately hate him. Why do you think I did a picture of Darth Vader killing him off at one point? Because that was my way of getting, you know, of him avenging his son.
I mean, yeah, there was a bit of backstory to Kylo Ren in episode 8, but not enough to prove why he turned.
But we all know.
I would say Snoke tore his heart.
I do believe maybe Snoke did turn him over, but then again, we do see why Vader couldn't trust Kylo Ren. But then again, I thought to myself, is Luke going to kill him? When we saw in that deleted scene, in that scene, he almost did, and I thought to myself, wait, Luke's killing away his own? Is he turned to the dark side? But then again, Anakin said, like, it was not, like, you know, he said that's not the Jedi way. So I'm kind of theorizingly thinking, is Luke fearing that the dark side was in him, or maybe in Kylo, or both of them? I don't know. I just got that funny suspicion. But then again, all of this wasn't even in canon, because I've read in the actual stories that none of this never happened, because, you know, this was technically not what we call, you know, I mean, it's okay with the whole thing, but like I said, Keith Liam Kennedy is just, yeah, he's a Star Wars fan, but he couldn't tell a canon story. So I'm hoping if this does work, if episodes 7, 8, and 9, you know, get corrected and re-shown again, if I'm thinking that's what's going to happen, if I'm correct, and Andrews, if that happens, you know, if they reboot the whole thing and show it back in the cinemas again, you know, correct what was wrong, I don't know. Then again, but if they make Kylo Ren a better villain, and maybe, who knows? If Darth Vader comes back again, maybe as a Force ghost, or in a Sith holocron, or if we see Anakin Skywalker come back, or, you know, all these things. Or what if we end up doing, you know, the classic time travel thing? I don't think we've seen time travel happen in Star Wars before, have we?
I don't think so.
If they could ever invent that off, that'd be nice. Because then, what if, say, like if Kylo, or if Rey, or any of the others went back and saw what would have happened, they would have seen what would become of the future. Or heck, I've actually even read a fanfic about Darth Vader called The Return on fanfic.com. And what happened was, actually, he got blown in when the Death Star in Episode 4 got blown up. The explosion caused him to go all the way through, and he went right into the Episode 7 universe. And Kylo Ren was there waiting for him, and he was alive still.
I mean, if you think about it, the Skywalker saga is meant to be about Anakin, but in terms of But in terms of what we got for 7, 8, and 9,
Nothing.
instead of thinking it's the Skywalker saga about Anakin, it's actually about his lightsaber.
Then again, oh yeah, that's another reason why I love Star Wars, because I love lightsabers. It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Lightsaber and without Star Wars, we wouldn't have epic lightsaber battling, you know. The classic thing about the Sith and the Jedi. That's why I love Star Wars so much. Then again, it was good to know.
Yeah.
At least we did get to know. At least we know exactly what happened to Luke, to Anakin's lightsaber anyway. In the end, at least we know it wasn't lost. Because if you remember in episode 3, Obi-Wan takes his lightsaber and he looks after it, and Luke gets it, and then he loses it at the Battle of Bisping in episode 5, and then we get to see it actually has survived and it's there still. So in a way, it was never lost. So it was all right.
And then it gets buried in sand.
Yeah, in a way. But then again, if you think about it, when it was buried in the sand on Tatooine in the homeland, I thought that was a nice tribute thing. It was like back to where it all started, which I thought was a good send off for episode 9. I thought that was nice. After all, Luke was dead at that point.
And then the big question: where did the yellow lightsaber come from?
The yellow lightsaber, yeah.
Because a yellow lightsaber is meant to represent a sentinel or a temple guard.
That's right. That's what Star Wars theory is.
And Rey is none of those. She is not a sentinel. She's not a temple guard. So why does she have a yellow lightsaber?
I think she would be clearly better off if she had a white lightsaber, in my opinion. If she gets rebooted, it would make perfect sense. And speaking of, and I hate that this is going to be a bit of a stretch, could you imagine if Ahsoka was turned into a live actress? Just think about that if she ever came into the live stream.
There are teasers for that for the Mandalorian.
Nice. Will this be around when Darth Vader comes around? Maybe we'll get to see him in an appearance and see him and Ahsoka do battle, maybe like they did in Clone Wars.
But then if the first time they met was in Rebels, I highly doubt they would be shown together in The Mandalorian.
Oh, you never know. Because I have to admit that it was one of the best lightsaber duels I've seen in a while, especially one of the best lightsaber duels that Vader had.
So it was also a nice ending to Ahsoka. It was also a nice ending to the Anakin Ahsoka story.
It was, yeah. It's just a shame we never got to see it in a live form. That would have been amazing, because I think live filming is a lot better than animation. Don't get me wrong. Apparently, okay, look, United States Angels of America, look, don't worry, it's all right. I will let you in, but at this point now isn't the right time because I'm having a conversation with Andrew. But don't look at this as a bad thing. Look, I'm sorry. I can only ask you if you ever want it. Look, just it's all right. Oh, the Indiana Jones franchise, classic. But to be honest with you though, you know,
Rey's and Mary Sue.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, United Engines of America said that.
Really? And I don't think Rey's a poor knockoff of Luke. How could she? I thought she was all right. I thought she was one of the coolest. To be honest, I have nothing against Rey at all. I thought she would make a nice Jedi, in my opinion. So she's one of the things I liked about the new characters when they made new engines in there. I do think, though, the only thing I didn't like mostly heavily is because with the villains and, of course, the First Order, and you had this massive planet as a Death Star. That was quite cool. I was like, dude, that's overkill. You know, and I thought the whole Stormtrooper stuff, that was quite cool. At least we now know what they looked like after the Empire had fallen, and then we got to see the TIE fighters flying around. That was quite cool. So I know they were still flying around. So that wasn't too bad. It would have been a lot better. But I still think if Vader, I don't know why I'm saying this, but could you imagine in theory-wise, say if Darth Vader didn't die and he had taken over, you know, say like if he did and Luke escaped and Vader was out for himself and he ended up taking the Empire and reshaped it in his own form and he made the Fallen Empire made it into his own and he would have taken the First Order. Could you just picture that under his rule that way? Because there's something about the New Order, the First Order that they did, kind of reminded me of, you know, in a way, in what would have I think what the Empire would have looked like had Vader taken over it. I think it was giving me a vision of what it might think. What do you think, Agent Andrews, from your perspective?
I'm not sure. Like, I just, I'm not entirely sure. Like, the First Order never got a true, clear history to me. Like, they just appear out of nowhere. Like, everything appears out of nowhere, but Kylo Ren kind of doesn't. So,
And I know this we spoke about this the last time, but could you imagine? Like, could you imagine if I know it never happened. I know we know in Star Wars Legends that everything about Darth Vader was quite cool, but I'm still convinced that I think what they could do is like if they take some of the stuff from Legends and turn it into a live adaptation, like when they do them like those standalone, whatever they're called, not standalone films, but like a what if, type of thing, and they end up changing the the whole the whole Star Wars thing about the whole what if scenario, and they will take some of that and put it into a live stream, like a what if scenario type of film, like a what if thing that could make enough money or whatever it is, like an alternative version, like the altered Star Wars universe.
yeah, I can see that.
I think they could do that. I would love to see Darth Vader have one of his own done. Have him have that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give you one classic one. Like, as we all know in Star Wars Legends, Darth Vader was going to have a new suit built for him, which would have been far more comfortable, more sleepful, and more elite for him, and he wouldn't have a problem in being as he was, and he would have had no trouble in being as he was. And I remember the Star Tours ride. Yeah, that's when I found out about Star Wars way back then, and that's how I got smack dab into it. That was actually how I first saw Darth Vader in a big statue thing, and he was like making that sound, and I thought he was just sleeping. No joke. And here it is. As we all know, this was the suit that originally Darth Vader was going to have made for him. I know this is done by a Darth Vader fan, but I actually believe this is what it would have looked like in Legends and what his 2.0 suit would have been made for. And I think this would be perfect for a live, altered Star Wars film, and what would it look like. And I think this is what Vader would look like nicely in, and I would love to see this. It would make a pretty good action. It would also make a pretty good action figure.
He could move more freely in that armor.
He could. He wouldn't. And of course, we all know the classic breathing sound. It wouldn't make too much noise either. It'd be far more elite. And of course, to be placed in this, he would have had to have his life support system temporarily removed, and it was too risky. But as we saw in Star Wars Theory, what if Darth Vader did have this new suit? What if he had them added bit by bit, and he would tinker with them to make them more comfortable for him? And I think he could do that. Actually, if they did, say like, what if Darth Vader didn't turn back to the light side and he was still evil, except now he was in control? Or say like if Darth Vader did survive and he was still, a good guy, but he had like a blue lightsaber or whatever the case may be. Could you imagine if he was like this in episodes 7, 8, and 9 had he lived? Because in episode 6, it was revealed that he was actually 50 years old at that point. That's how old Vader was, I think, from what I was told. And I think this would make a pretty good action figure as well if they ever bothered. I think it would be pretty cool, and you could just hear the infamous voice of Vader. I think this could be done. And I don't know what George Lucas would think, but if anybody were to show him these or ask him, do you think it would work? Hey, Andrews.
Yeah.
As you can see, this picture of Darth Vader in his 2.0 suit, as they all call it, apparently, according to the fans. Yeah, I mean, he could see through better. It wouldn't be. I think it would be like a 2-point different suit as well. I mean, this suit would have been far more comfortable, technological advanced, and it would be less painful for him. And of course, yeah. Well, of course, we need directors and actors, yes, and we need writers, but who cares about the diversity of that? All right, Jesus, if I was in control of Star Wars, I would mainly focus it on the characters, writers, and I would have, done my own thing. If I was to do, I would do it a hell of a lot better than he would. But I would always center it around Darth Vader and Luke, or any of the famous characters that we grew up with, because most of the characters are almost non-canonized.
Yeah.
And there's the better shot of Darth Vader as well, like I said, and a much more better shot than with his lightsaber fully extended.
Well, he has 2 lightsabers.
Yeah, I only realized he had 2 lightsabers, unless that's his spare one, maybe, should he lose his old one. Unless he was able to fight with 2 lightsabers. Which we don't think we ever got to see him do in the original trilogy. Like I said, this suit would be quite nice. I would love to see them do this. It would be perfect. I mean, they couldn't build the suit, but I definitely think they could turn it into a CGI style, maybe. Like I said, this would be a badass Darth Vader suit if they could do it, and even make it into an action figure.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Think about that. That would be quite nice, because we have seen some figures who do like what if scenarios. I mean, there's that video where we saw Darth Vader when he unlocks the covers of the Sith, which I thought was quite nice, from NV11, which really got me hooked. I actually believe that's what made Vader begin his plan to go back to the light side. Some of these scenes that we
see in the description, that was said it was to take place right before Episode 6.
Yeah, and I actually believe it happened. It's funny, we never actually got to see holocrons being used as much. We never got to see, the Jedi stuff. All the stuff like that we would learn from. Old past guys teaching the new stuff. Because we even saw Darth Revan take his he had his holocron exposed when Darth Bane figured it out, and he formed the rule of 2. And funnily enough, we've never seen them have their own canon in live films. That would have been quite unique. What do you think, Andrews, from your perspective?
I'm not sure. I think Vader could have probably lived about. If he was, he was 9 years old when he was found by Qui-Gon. 10 years later, 10 years later, in Attack of the Clones, he's 19. Episode 3 is 3 years later, so 21.
I thought he was in his 20s when we saw him in Episode 2. I thought he was in his 20s.
No, he's actually 19 in Episode 2. Then he's.
For the size of him in episode 2, he was quite tall for a 19-year-old. So in episode,
I think he could have
it would have been somewhere in his 50s then by Return of the Jedi, I guess.
I feel like he could have. I feel like he could have lived if he did not. If he had that better suit, then he would have lived until about Episode 7.
Do you think he probably would have made it? Do you think he probably would have made it into episode 8 and 9 if he had still had it done? Maybe. Any chance of him surviving long enough?
Probably not, since Luke was an old man by episode 8, 7, 8, and 9.
He didn't look that.
I-
He didn't look out. He didn't look too old to me.
I feel like Vader would have been alive, but just barely.
Yeah, he probably would have been in his back to. He probably would have been in the back to tank more often, I guess.
And I feel like instead of Rey and Kylo, Vader could have taken their place against Palpatine in episode 9, and then
Yeah.
that's when the episode 6 that's when the episode 6 thing would take place where both Palpatine and Vader would die.
Or in this case, Vader comes across like a clone variation of who he used to be. Except he's Anakin Skywalker in the suit, and he comes across like his old self. It's funny, I actually did a fanfic about that once in one of my very, very old fanfics back in the day, and I did a crossover many years ago, where Vader died, but the dark side of him survived, and a replica suit was built, and then he wakes up and he doesn't know where he was, and he knows the bit before the Emperor died. That's all I remembered. It's a bit weird, Andrews. I'll tell you about this in another stream in another time.
All right.
Well, I can hear a high-pitched whistling coming from your side there, Andrews. Blocked up nose or something.
No, I think that might be my smoke alarm. There's nothing I can do about it. It's like stuck in the ceiling. So it might be my smoke alarm.
Oh, I didn't know you had one.
Yeah, the way the house is designed is on the ceiling, so it's a bit hard to reach.
As you can clearly see in my images of who I am as a Star Wars fan, clearly I'm based on Darth Revan. Having a purple and red lightsaber. That's just how I was.
Yeah, Revan is my favorite Sith.
He's close. He's close to being my. If you were to relate to me to a Sith, I would be related to Darth Vader and Darth Revan combined.
In fact, I believe Revan is now canon, apparently.
He almost is. Almost. Like, here's one of... Oh. Though it would be quite nice if we ever got to see like a standalone Darth Vader film with him and the Emperor. It would be quite nice. And I actually got a funny feeling I can actually just hear the voice of Star Wars Theory himself doing the voice of the Emperor, which is hilarious.
Although Star Wars Theory did hire someone else to voice the Emperor.
Yeah, but like I said, he still sounds amazing when he does the voice dubbing. It's just hilarious. And especially when he does Darth Vader, it's just, I don't know why, it just makes me laugh. I can only imagine what James Earl Jones himself would be thinking right now if he heard all this. I'm pretty sure he'd be impressed.
Oh yeah.
I like going to Star Wars in 1997. That's how I got into it.
I was introduced to Star Wars around the time of when Episode 3 came out.
Wow. when the original saga concluded. Whoa. And that's deep. I thought that was it when I won't forget when Darth Vader was put in the suit. I do feel like it was kind of rushed because I thought that we were going to see the entire progress of him, like from start to finish. So I was like, we're going to see the commence come thing. But when they did the whole infamous shot when we see the mask come down and we saw like the eyes opened up briefly and then they went red for a sec, and then it went red. I was like, what? I was like, oh, so that's what Vader's eyesight looks like on the inside. Because I always wondered what the mask eyes looks like, and then we see it enclosed, and then we saw him, when the mask closed, and then we saw the hood, the helmet get attached, and then I heard the breathing sound. I'm not gonna lie, I did get cold shivers, not of a fear, but in awe, because I'm a massive Darth Vader fan.
Yeah, that was the birth of Vader's new life, combined with the death of his old life by Padme dying at the same time.
Yep, I will admit though, I'm not going to lie, but when I actually, it's funny because whenever I hear the breathing sound of Darth Vader, I get a little shaky because I get intense and hyped, but at the same time I got this more of a relaxed feel. It's not intimidating for me. Because I used to think of it as a joke, as if Darth Vader is asleep, even though we don't know if he is or not. Although technically, I'm going to admit to this, I actually thought Darth Vader was going to have a more screen time in the suit. Even though we said that he showed up at the end of the film, I personally believe, I thought he was going to be halfway through or wherever it was, and then he becomes, then we get to see him in the suit, and then eventually he gets his red lightsaber, and you get my drift.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was.
Although he doesn't get his lightsaber. Okay.
Because that's what I was predicting what's going to happen at the end. Asian. We get to see Anakin halfway through, and then all of a sudden, then he becomes Vader halfway, and then we get to see the rest of the film of him progressing in the suit. What were you trying to say anyway, Andrews?
Wait. I feel like those comic stories of Vader's journey to getting his Sith lightsaber would have been a good extension to a degree had they actually added that in the film. Where he fights the Jedi who took the Barish vow.
I'm not sure about, when we were speaking about Darth Vader's new release suit, do you think it would have been less resistant to Force lightning? Since Darth Vader's suit was extremely sensitive, do you think his new suit would have had less effect?
Yeah, I think it would have done. Plus, even if he did get hit with it, he would have blocked it easily, since he can move his arms better than the new suit.
And do you think technically he probably would have despite if the Emperor shot him, he would just continue to move across like the Terminator or even or like RoboCop, for instance?
Yeah, I think he would have done.
I still believe actually when he kills the Emperor in Episode 6, even though he lifts him up by the arm and he just throws him over, I actually think Palpatine didn't stand a chance, because when he grabs him, I think he kind of, as we saw in Star Wars Theory, it said that Vader may have crushed Palpatine's lower back and when his organs or whatever it was. So I think he paralyzed Sidious, which is why the Emperor didn't move when he had him up in the air. I think he did grab him. He just lifted him up, and I think he snapped his back and then he threw him over. Okay, why can you do something in the background there, Agent Andrews? Why are you playing?
No, I'm not playing anything.
I can hear voices in the background.
Oh, that's just my dad listening to something.
I thought you were playing something on your YouTube channel.
Nah. I can't that since I'm on my tablet at the moment since I need a new laptop lead.
Oh dear.
Yeah, hopefully I should get a new laptop lead soon though.
You never know, you might get one for Christmas.
Hmm. Although speaking of YouTube channel, I still can't. Speaking of YouTube channel, it was bad luck that the laptop lead, my old laptop lead, broke around the time I got 100 subscribers.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I was checking on my I was checking on my routes, and I couldn't believe I actually downloaded a lot of other bits and bobs I'd never got before. And I was absolutely shocked. Yeah, like more bits I did not see coming. Like I don't recall seeing this or that, and I literally just flipped out.
Hmm.
When I mean by freaking out, I really did. Although technically, I don't know why, but could you imagine if in a fanfic, could you imagine how cool would it have been if we ever saw Qui-Gon Jinn taking on Darth Vader? How cool would
Oh
that
yeah, yeah, that would have been nice. That would be awesome.
I actually do think Qui-Gon would have convinced Vader to turn back to the light, even if he saw him in the suit. I think it would have been a pretty good battle.
Yeah, I feel Qui-Gon would have tried harder than Obi-Wan did to use words, more than a lightsaber.
Then again, having green lightsabers means if you're extremely powerful in the Force, and I think, technically, I do think Qui-Gon was a lot stronger, and I think he wouldn't have hesitated to do what Obi-Wan would have done if his words wouldn't have gone through. Then again, I don't think he would have slashed him in 3 pieces. I can only just imagine what Qui-Gon would have thought had he survived and lived and seen what had happened. I don't know what he would have thought of Obi-Wan after that. What do you think?
I think that maybe perhaps Qui-Gon had a vision of Anakin's future. That's why he pushed Darth Maul back, but then got tired and met his end. Because when Qui-Gon was alive, Palpatine feared him the most.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Darth Sidious of all people would fear Qui-Gon. I'm thinking, what's the fear of Qui-Gon Jinn? But then again, I saw what they were trying to do. The whole, I'm so surprised. He was afraid of Qui-Gon Jinn. Jeez, that's mental. And you were saying?
No, I don't think I was saying anything.
Yeah, so besides that, I do believe it would have made a nice battle if Qui-Gon did live, and we would have seen Vader taking on Qui-Gon. I would love to have seen that.
Or like, had Anakin actually fought Mace Windu in Episode 3 instead of just cutting off the hand, that would have been. I feel that would.
That would have been a good fight, yeah.
Yeah, because ever since Anakin was just a little boy, Windu did not like him at all. He distrusted him. And Anakin only gained Mace's trust when Palpatine revealed himself.
Indeed. It's funny when we actually got to see when we saw Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, the video game, the PS3 game, which I've still got and played, by the way, I was thinking this is exactly how the film was going to go, to be honest. Like when we saw Mace Windu and Anakin go at it, I thought that's what we're going to see in the movie.
But then we just saw Anakin cut the hand off instead.
Unless due to the age restriction, they couldn't put it all into one big movie, which I could understand.
Hmm.
It would have made an intriguing duel, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Just ignore what I'm doing. I'm just getting the express train ready.
I'm actually making my own railway though. Like,
Nice. I'm just trying to.
I think
I'm just trying to repeat the tip of flyer here. Just trying to figure out which season express locomotive train to go with it. Then you were saying?
I think that I think for the Timber Flyer, I think that would have suited the season 1 coaches. I think.
Maybe. There's just so many different styles of them though. So big and small. Like, I don't know why, but I always thought the season 2 ones would have looked good.
Hmm.
But Emily's coaches are so small back here. I'm trying not to make it low. So over the top,
Hmm.
Because in the film I was just showing you, I didn't know if he had Emily's brake coach or not. So I was a little bit oof. Oh well, I'll just have to put up with what I've got here for some fun. Here we go.
And if there's one thing I found out, building an entire island of Sodor route by yourself is no easy challenge.
No,
It is
isn't.
hard.
That's why I
No,
like to.
I mean, an entire island of Sodor, building it from scratch, not merging routes at all, just
No,
freelancing it.
I'd like to merge routes most of the time, though I'm having major problems with that. If there was a whole move, if there was like an entire route done completely, I wouldn't mind, because I see all the bits and bobs, and I've seen some great routes that were for Trains 19 and so it's just a shambles. They couldn't go for mine because it would have made my version of Sodor come to life.
Mm.
Because my
What you were saying?
It's because my version is like a hybrid of mostly railway series, but has some TBS combined. Because some of the stuff I've seen kind of matches my own timeline, how I envisioned it to be.
Mm.
So, anyways, you were trying to say?
Yeah, because in terms of in the real scale, 1 mile is about 3 baseboards. That's how long I had to have Crosby Tunnel.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I'm trying to fit it in the real scale, Gordon's Hill, 5 miles, and that's 12 baseboards.
Hmm.
Then I had to have an extra 5 for in between. For this, in between Rosov and Marin is technically near the top of Gordon's Hill. And then there's a quite a fair distance between Gordon's Hill and Wellsworth in terms of where the junction of Edwards branch is.
Indeed.
And then I've got another route I'm building. That's my own railway line. And that connects with Barrow in my head canon. Because in the real world, there was never a line extending away from Barrow, not towards Sodor, but I mean towards another railway. That's my head canon. My head canon is another railway connecting with Sodor and the other railway at the same time. So I'm building that. I'm building that with Barrow at the moment. Once I've completed the track plan for my island of Sodorline. Once I get that to Vickerstown, I will then merge that with my other route, that will include Barrow. Then both of them will be connected. Then it's just a matter of detailing all.
Is this like in trains?
Yeah, it's in Trains 19.
Oh, dang it. If there's any way you could, if there was any way you would reshape it like to go in Trains 19, because my build's a 2.9, that would be awesome. Then we can both have, then I would have a lot of fun, see what yours is like.
Although for the viaduct, I'm kind of thinking, should I have it straight or should I have it curved?
You could have both, perhaps.
Or like straight but with a slight curve in the middle. That would be nice.
That would work. I could see that. I could see you doing that.
Then it's just then some locations like the rescue center, it's just planning all that out. That's all the complicated stuff. Like planning it out first is like the most difficult part. Like when you get in terms of that bridge behind the rescue center, you never know where that's leading from.
Well, we're doing quite well. We're doing quite well, you and me, Adrian. Just you and me speaking around for like good hour. That's really been good. Continue on.
I mean, the rescue center is on the mainline loop, but then Edwards branch has a line spanning from that, connecting with the mainline loop at the rescue center. So I think in my headcanon, where the rescue center is, like all the buildings, that's on the mainline loop, and the bridge you see in the background of the rescue center, that's part of the line that connects the Brendan branch with the mainline loop. Then after the bridge, it descends down to connect with the rescue center. So I believe that is one possibility it could work, but it's just a matter of getting the water to work at the same time.
Perhaps.
Since there's like water underneath the bridge.
Oh, speaking of which, Adrian, just a little curious.
Oh yeah.
What would Vickerstown look like in your perspective?
I
mean, which version would you go for? I mean, out of all the routes that I've seen or whatever, what would you get? Which one would prospectively work in yours? Like, if you were to select one of them.
Honestly, I can't select one of them. I would actually pick a combination of multiple versions. Like for the station, well, there was a Vickerstown route by Western Shunter where it had Vickerstown station right next to the water. Like, and that's all. Like, it's got the Railway Series straight station, but it's and it's not on the viaduct, but it's got.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about because I got that one as well. So you would go for that version, maybe. So that's the one you want to go for.
I would pick that, but then in terms of obviously where Gordon falls into the ditch, I would have that at Vickerstown.
That's what I mean.
Then, like, because where he did fall in the ditch at Vickerstown in the Railway Series.
Yep, and apparently that's just been made in Cogs Railway Works. Apparently, that's really awesome. You know, the Vickerstown, how it looked. But I've also got the one from SI3D. You know, from the old one, how it would have looked, which is the closest we ever got to. But there's so many variations. Like, we'll never know what it looked like. I mean, even the one that you just said, that's also shown in the TVS or whatever it would have looked like in. There's just so many ways it would have looked had we actually seen it.
There's so many ways the model series could have actually made it.
Yeah, I mean, but with trains we can do it any way we like. But I'm just saying, there's just so many ways it could have gone. You know, we ain't got to see it.
Vickerstown is just a matter of. Vickerstown is it's just a matter of getting all the locations in Africstown work together. Like you've got to make the station work with the yard, and the sheds where the sheds with the ditch, then the goods yard where Rusty saves Stepney from, as well as that standard gauge and narrow gauge bridge, and how the Scarlery Railway will connect
That's the
with
scrapyard. That's the
Victorstown.
That's basically the scrapyard of Barrow.
Hmm.
I think. Or the other
And
railway,
then-
as they call it.
Yeah, like, but then in the CGI series, in terms of the bridges, we only saw, in terms of bridges, there never was a narrow gauge bridge from Vickerstown to Barrow.
Well,
It's
that's
like
because the CGI. Oh, the thing is, the CGI universe don't know where to make their minds up.
I feel like in my headcanon, like, they had Vickerstown as the headquarters for the Northwestern Railway, but then when they moved it to Tidmouth, although Vickerstown is part of Sodor, the other railway claims it as their property in terms of where trains are accessed. Like that's why there would be a scrapyard. So that's why it says on your that's why in the railway series it says the other railway, and TV series Far Party Island where only the diesels work.
Not to mention you saw. Not to mention you got to see the what's its name again? You got to see the in railway in Thomas 2023. He said in 1925, the NWR and the LMS made an agreement to go all the way to Barrow first to have a better connection. I kind of actually believe that actually would have happened. I do kind of believe that.
Hmm.
And here we go. We're about to have a little bit of a fun test railway here now. Here we go.
All right.
Just kind of mess around with Gordon and Henry in their railway series livery. Although the Henry one you see is a private reskin that was done by my request, which is how he would have appeared in the TVS series if he was in railway style.
All right.
And there he is. That is my private reskin Henry. That was done by a good friend of mine.
Hmm.
Oh, and I had no idea.
As if Henry belonged to the GNR.
Yeah, he did. It turns out he was a Great Northern Railway engine, so it's no wonder he and Alice are somewhat similar to one another.
And that's why Gordon was seen at the time as a Gresley failure.
But then again, there's that awesome fanfic that says like, what if Gordon and Henry had met before coming to Sodor, which I actually do believe happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to refix this cab up. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a problem I had with Gordon at the time when I had him in this.
Oh yeah.
When I installed him, his cab wouldn't download properly, so I had to do a little tweaking to get him to operate.
Although with Trains 19, like when you've got a ton of content that works in lower versions, if you move to Trains 19, you're gonna have to fix a ton of content for Trains 19.
It works eventually.
Like Trains 19, you have to get rid of a lot of thumbnails. Actually, you have to fix face packs, fix eye textures. There's just a ton of stuff to get working for Trains 19. But in terms of what you can use for videos, it is worth it. It's just a pain to have to fix content you've already fixed.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when I actually did this, I learned a few bits and bobs with it. But like, also what you just saw there in Gordon's livery, I never wore that in my headcanon in my railway series, except maybe for a photograph shoot for the LNER.
in my head canon, I was built by I was built as the second. In my head canon, I was the second engine built of the second batch of E2s. So I'm younger than Thomas, but wait. So I'm older than Thomas actually. Yeah, because Thomas is 108 in my opinion, and I am 106.
I see.
And then in my head canon, in my head canon, all the E2s had extended side tanks, whereas Timothy, he was painted in that as Thomas 102 Henry 3 calls it, vomit color. But he was given the stripes.
Vomit color.
But Timothy was given the stripes to appear as if he was a member of the first batch. So the hidden parts of the tanks were kind of disguised in a way.
That's quite cool, actually.
But then some people who had eyes like hawks could distinct it, so they thought, then the creator of the E2s, I forgot his name, thought, well, just given the proper lining all around the edges. So then E2s number 101 to 109 get the lining of the extended side tanks as if they were all members of the as if there was no two batches of E2s. There was only one. That was the in real life terms, that was the second batch, if that makes any sense. Then so that's why, like, because I'm 106. Then in terms of but then I have a livery before going to my new railway, which is a test livery. So in terms of Thomas, he's built in the vomit color with the number on the right. Then we see him is then in 1915, when they have, in my canon, they have plans. They already have plans for the Big Four grouping, but they need to test some paint for the engines. I don't have a specific choice for the LMS and GWR, but in terms of the LNER, Alfred was the pick for the LNER paintwork, and Thomas was the pick for the Southern Railway. But whereas Alfred carried the letters LNER, Thomas continued to carry the letters LBSC, but he was given a test number, which was 70, to distinguish why he was wearing a test livery at the time. It's kind of complicated, but it will make sense when I think of it more. Then.
Intriguing. That's a nice backstory. Intriguing.
Yeah, but in my account, I have Thomas. In my account, in terms of models that I'm going to use, I have Thomas as an SI3D 06 model, but then he turns into that COG Railway 3D TV series Railway Series hybrid model. How he does that? Obviously, like I said, he's an SI3D 06 model in the vomit color paintwork. When he's chosen to be the test subject for the Southern livery, he gets stuck up in a sweat box, which eventually leads to a bad crash. So he has to have some new shaping done to him, which is why he's then given some pipe lining along the boiler and those front ladder steps and a different whistle. So that's how Thomas and turn into that cog railway model, in my opinion.
Nice,
I would,
intriguing.
as for my OC, I would obviously be from a color 106, but then I would, but then, but but then I would, but then in case Thomas was never repaired, I was also chosen, but they only had a red, but the only paintwork they had as for the undercoat was red, so I then gained my red paintwork with yellow lining, but with no letters or numbers. I keep that paintwork as Thomas is then repaired. Then I'm sold to my own railway that I've made up, and I gain the letters TCR on my tanks, the number 1 on my bunker, and the nameplate of Adam. But I don't get a scar yet. Then I believe hmm. Yeah, then I believe in. I'm not sure what year I would pick for this event to happen, but at one point, D261 and D199 would visit my railway, as if when all the E2s are being withdrawn from service and sold for scrap. Obviously, Thomas is safe on Sodor, but those 2 diesels come to my railway, looking for an E2 to scrap. They see me. When I'm asleep, they take me to the scrapyards. Obviously, waking me up in the process. I stay there for a good number of weeks until, as if the scrapyard I mean is the Barrows scrapyard, and Oliver and Toad. But then one night, instead of Douglas showing up, it's Oliver and Toad with a late night goods train, of with a late night goods train of coal for the furnace for the furnace machines in the scrapyard. But they have to take tankers back with them for diesels like Rusty, Daisy, and Boko. Well, definitely, Rusty, Daisy, and Boko. They need, but the oil depot in Sodor needs more fuel, so Oliver and Toad have to take some fuel.
Is the oil depot like the one that Victor Tanzik said in his Vit series, like the Sodor oil depot, or is that a separate one?
It's a separate one. Yeah, they have to take. It's a separate one, but I'm not sure where I would put it yet. I think I would put it near. I think I would obviously have it in Vickerstown. Like Oliver and Toad have to take some tankers back to the oil depot, but they have to leave it in the Vickerstown goods yard. Obviously, they spot me due to my bright red paint. They remember how Douglas saved them. They wanted to at least repay the favor, so they take me back to Sodor, and how the events play out. But they actually do get spotted by Diesel 10, who does not have a claw at the time. But Diesel 10 does not have a claw at the time. He's clawless. He does try to stop them, but fails. Obviously.
Oh look, we've got. Hey guys.
Actually, no. Wait. Diesel 10.
Andrews.
No. Diesel 10 would have his claw. Oh yeah.
Andrews. It turns out we have train fan JT. Apparently, he's got his Train 19 back. That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
He's just told me he's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I know how I get my scar. Actually, this is interesting. When Oliver and Toad are taking me back to Sodor, Diesel 10, who has already got his claw by the time, has only just got the claw, so he's testing it. And then he obviously spots me, Oliver, and Toad due to my paint again. He tries to knock Oliver off the rails, with his claw, but instead gives me a scar along my right eye. But then he appears in the way of Flying Scotsman as he's on the middle track, since Flying Scotsman. So then Sandyston has to stop, forcing himself. Sandyston has to stop and go backwards. Oliver and Toad get me to Sodor. I stay at Craven's Gate for a while, so I could be repaired and my scar can be tended to. I keep the scar, obviously, but I'm given the number 20, and I keep the letters TCR, but they're put lower down on my bunker, like resized, and I'm given the letters NWR on top to prove I now belong to Sodor.
Nice, a good flashbacking on your character there.
Yeah, I originally did have an original plan to get my scars after I'd been bought by Sodor, but after some issues happened, I thought, why not revamp it to have a bit of Diesel 10 logic in there? And as for Lady, for Bernard Stone's story of how Diesel 10 crushes Lady, yeah, Diesel 10 won't have his claw, and I do plan to show that in my because like I said earlier, I am working on Sodor at the beginning, but then after that I plan to work on a series called Tales of the Clapper Railway. Yes, that is the railway I made up. And that railway is the railway I plan to have the Bernard Stone story take place on. So how I'm going to add that will be interesting.
By the way, Andrew, sorry to cut you in. I've got my CSW branch line up now.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Here it is. This is the actual custom American railway that's going to be connected to CSW, but this is the branch line take. This is what it will look like today. It's still at the works. I've done some merging though. I can merge small routes. Like here, I've Americanized Toby's old line from the old routes, and I just did some tweaking to it. I'm still doing it now. But I've done some major.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're about to actually get a good glimpse. I actually did this on the last stream, but if you want to, I can give you a brief small tour with this on one of my favorite engines as we progress. Would you like that?
Yeah, sure.
I gave
what I was told, I was given a few tips on route building, which is do everything else first, then textures last, because then that would make it easy to do textures.
Well, welcome to the main headquarters of the new restored branch line of the CSW. This is technically the terminus, but the main headquarters. So it doesn't this acts like a mid terminus where you can go halfway around, but this is the main one as well, where most routes would end. Because there's an extended route, here is basically two sets of routes. In order for the passengers to go here, they have to swap round and go over this way. Whereas this up here is basically the freight route, where they go off into a outwilderness thing, and there's like a new quarry up there, which I took from season 6 or 7 with Buffer Brother, and I just kind of did some American tweaks to it. But this here is the brand new tourism line, where this is where passengers and tourism can go down from. But it also serves. But it was also there was a much older station. But like I said, and here's Thomas 1 Henry 2 Henry 3's version of Haunted Henry, which I've completely tweaked up and turned it into an Americanized route. And this is the first stopping on the new route.
All right.
Yeah, no sign of Old Bailey though. Yeah, it's not that far. I'm still tweaking it still. And then eventually we go into more fielding, and then we go into the part where Shelf 5 got through. I spent several months on this, and this is the one of the main farming industries on the new extended version of the branch.
All right.
This is basically where freight and mail and passengers can come in. I'm just going to get a small American train up here and then we'll have some fun.
Actually, no. In between Zodor the Beginning and Tales of Clapper Railway, a series does take place before that. In between.
What
Dark
year is
Path.
what year is the setting in, by the way? Telling me.
Zodor the Beginning takes place. I forgot the year that I can't remember the exact year that Sodor Mainland Railway was formed, but it takes place. Sodor the Beginning takes place in the year the Sodor Mainland Railway was formed, all the way through to 1925 when James and Gordon were bought.
Oh, nice. But wait, 1945. No, Gordon came in 1920, whatever it was.
No, Gordon and James were actually bought in the same year. Actually, I think. Wait, where?
There we go. I'm just going to use a Strasbourg engine to take you through. Or I could always use a different version.
Actually, about the sad story of Henry. Yeah, the sad story of Henry takes place before Edward's Day Out. Actually,
I thought it did.
Yeah, that I always thought that took place after, but then it kind of made sense. What I always thought it took place after, since Edward was the first engine introduced to the railway series, but they never showed the green engine. Like they showed Henry was blue in Edward's Day Out.
That's something in my canon that I didn't see because I was never there to see Henry in blue, except for in the books.
Yeah, the events of Sad Story of Henry, then Edward Gordon Henry actually take place before Edward's Day Out, and I thought that's actually quite interesting, seeing as how we did not see a green engine in Edward's Day Out.
No, we didn't. I think we did actually. I think we did see a green engine, but I don't think it would have been Henry. I think it would have been. I think that would have been Alf. I think that probably would have been Albert. Just theorizing a little bit. My favorite Strasbourg engine.
Yeah, there was actually a good prank about Strasbourg, a while back. There was a good prank about that. Yeah, I heard about that prank of Strasbourg not hosting their with Thomas events anymore.
Why not? What happened?
No, it was a prank.
Oh.
Yeah, many people fell for it.
That's actually a very cruel prank, you know. Why would someone ever do that? Imagine how upsetting that would be for me, Thomas fans. Yeah, I'm just gonna give my favorite engine, Strasbourg number 98, a little test run for you down here if you want to see that.
All right.
A good job. Another 3-hour stream. We're doing a really good job. We're almost done anyway.
And it's 8 minutes past midnight.
Yep, and we're still awake. Oh, Baz Interference. Oh, nice. It's good to see some old friends come back. This is going to be a bit of a fun thing. Like I said, and Andrew, thanks for telling me about your backstory. That was quite intriguing.
That's right.
Like I said, I'll still be intrigued to see what your Sodor looks like when you do take all the best routes available, and you might merge them out, and we can see what can happen.
Although I can't finish my Sodor route at the moment until the COVID Skate extension from Sodor Workshops comes out, because they're releasing a ton of new buildings, as well as updating some old ones.
I've still got some of the ones I have very far, but like I said, I would like to try and. There was actually one I was going to do like an American / San Juan style of Sodor, like what would happen if the Americans were living with Thomas and Friends. Which I actually did judge some of the models I was trying to do at the time. Like, it wouldn't be completely done, but it was like, not all the stations and parts would be Americanized. You know, some of them would retain their style, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the thing I was going to do originally, you know, and then the whole thing would be. It's just that thing, you know, I had at the time, you know. Back then when creativity was just crazy, but it was accepted. Where nowadays just people just make bloody rants. I mean, some people have done it and others haven't made a fuss when I was using the Australian locomotives, to be honest, and there was no backlash there.
Yeah, not to mention there's a whole ton of backlash about reskinning sometimes.
Indeed. Just a little time, but here we go. Now we can get ready for our next event. Here we go. You ready for this, Andrew? How's for your little tour down the
Yeah.
Not fish, but still one. Here we go. Let's just hope we don't get any derailments.
I always like the cab like for the cabs of engines. I always like it when the cab controls actually move.
Indeed.
That's what makes it seem more realistic to me for a model. I'll never forget the first piece of Thomas content I downloaded when I was using Trains 2010. The first ever piece of Thomas content I used was the 2009 Stepney model. That was a good one.
You know what console I was using just a few years ago? I had Flying Scotsman's Great Race Form, and then I got Donald and Douglas from Subtle Workshops.
Alright.
Yep, and that's it. We've just left our home. It's still in work in progress, but this is what I've got so far.
Mm.
Oh, so good. So, what other contacts did you have, Andrews?
I did get the Well, I did manage to get some Thomas 2006 content working recently. Then I got some 2009 content I wanted to get, like I didn't get all the 2000 there was a SI3D Rec 2006 or 2009 Rex My Convert. I've been after them a long time, and I finally managed to get them. Thanks to a site called Ginty Workshops.
Nice. Oh yeah. I wonder if they ever work. I wonder if they work still.
Yeah, they still work. Yeah, I think they would. Though I can't seem for the Sodor Workshops Gordon when there's Steam, and I think it also happens to Sodor Workshops Rosie as well, where the steam keeps coming out of the funnel when the engines are not moving. I'm not sure how to stop that for them. Yeah. Like, because in my with the Gordon remake, although the Island of Sodor Root by Sodor Island 3D lags a lot, it lags even more of Gordon's Steam issue. Like, honestly, I prefer to use models that look like well, they just look more accurate to how I envision how they look. Like, Thomas would obviously be that hybrid look from Colorado 3D. Edward would be Edward would be in his Railway series form from Sodor Workshops. Henry would be in his Railway series form from Cog Railway 3D. Gordon would be in his Wild Nor'wester form. James would be in his explosive cookie form with the white footplate, not the current 2009 black one. Percy, I would definitely pick Wild Nor'wester. Yeah, because James, I feel like Explosive Cookies James model is like the best James in terms of
for the backstory of James you can get. Like, this is 1913 all the way to 1960 liveries. Like Lancashire, Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was really clever.
Like when when he's owned by Lancashire and Yorkshire, then he gains the LMS. Like when he's owned by Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway.
Quite cool.
Then
well, I go for Wild Northwest with James. I do, for some reason.
Like, I feel like, the Railway series James does look good, but then, I feel like in terms of James and Eagle being the same class, one of us to James fits the spot of James and Eagle being the exact same class, but in terms of liveries, I would have to go with the Explosive Cookie James model.
I didn't get the Explosive Cookie James model. Oh no, you're talking about 19, aren't you? Sorry, my mistake.
No, I mean Explosive Cookie James model was that was back before Trains 19 came along. That had like many liveries. Had the 1913, then 1915, along with the runaway form of 1915. Then it had the 1915 red livery. The tender had no number and a number. Then it had 1960, and then there was also that graffiti version of James.
Oh yeah, I remember now what you're talking about, the graffiti. Yeah, that would have been cool if I got that version. Shambles, really. I wonder where we could find that one.
Well, when I get a new laptop lead, I think I could send it. Although I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. I would have to ask in the Soda Workshop server if I can.
So what do you think so far on the route so far, by the way, Andrews?
It actually looks really good. I mean, you've certainly made a lot more progress than I have. Mine's just mostly bare baseboard, just with track plan. At the moment.
That's supposed to be an epic spot.
I like that shot. That reminds me of that shot there. That reminds me of a lake I have on my route, like just a track going over one big lake.
That was actually the first time I actually put a bridge thing, and it just turned out so well. It's like a perfect spot for people who go outdoors or camp out or want to take good shots of scenery or watch trains to spots.
Although I just have an embankment going through the lake. I don't have a bridge.
I'm not good with embankments, I'll say that much. That's why merge routes, like, they have inclines in, so I'm not good at that at all. So I prefer
I have an embankment line.
So I prefer
it's
going
like
to
I have an embankment. I mean, always doing terrain like hills and embankments. That's always the greatest weakness when it comes to route building. Oh, that reminds me of that Total Such and Lost Treasure shot.
Really?
Like after the open. Yeah, that reminds me after the opening credits. Like when it shows the title. That shot reminds me of that.
Well, I kind of based that on San Juan a bit from a good shot and a bit of Henry's Forest apparently from that season's shot in season 3. If I was to see Henry as an American locomotive, I would think he would look like this. Personally.
Well, in terms of engine uses for like OCs, I just think the K class is from the LBSC is just one of those that's not used a lot. Like it's rarely used for an OC, the LBSC K class. Well, I can't remember who did it, but someone did add a face mesh to the K class.
Here we are. We're not alright. We're not stopping. We're just going through anyway. But here's the main headquarters that we're in.
In fact, in Aaron's server, he has this category of engine fleets, and like in my fleet, I do have a K class.
That's quite nice.
In my fleet, I have an E2, whatever lady's basis is, an A0, a TBS styled Black 5, with a Fowler tender, a K class, an Atlantic, a K2, a GT.
Here we go. Now we can open up the throttle.
Class 28. Three austerities. One Trojan. One class 27. There's so many.
Here we go. Now we got a bit of straight track. Here we can open up the throttle a little bit.
Oh yeah, Ricardo.
Now we can open. We're nearing the end now of the stream, by the way, Anthony. We're just almost there. I'll just hit there just to do a little bit. I like doing these series, trying to do good American shots here. That's just how I do it.
All right, nice.
You were saying something, Anthony? I mean, Andrews?
Like on my own Clavel Railway route, I have a planned station that's next to a lake, but it's got a small mixed yard for like coal, wood, gravel. It connects with a small town, and it connects with I guess you could kind of call it a tourist narrow gauge line, but it mainly provides slate and coal. And in my headcanon, that narrow gauge line is where Sumatra works. Smoja is actually saved from the Mid-Sodor ruins and taken to England. In my canon.
And you said something when you saw that shot coming up earlier on when the train was shooting past. You said it reminded you of something.
Wait, what?
When the engine came by in that shot, you said that it reminded you of something, or whatever it was. I thought I heard you talking.
No, I said that looks nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
And here we are. We're about to enter, Toby's route now a little bit now, just a little Americanized.
Alright.
Here we go. This is the just let you know, Andrew. This is where we will face an incline, the only part of it on the entire branch.
Alright.
Here we go. You can see it's reskinning already. Where I've been doing some work on it. Here we go. You can see here now, I've been doing the tweaking and remasking on the whole thing, Andrews.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Alright.
I've replaced the bridge with an American one.
And I also see change the camera angle as well.
Yeah, because it didn't look good. I put some of my own camera angles like that there and this one here.
Oh, that one reminds me of that one Scarlet Railway camera shot. From the trees looking down the railway.
It was.
I always like those shots.
Yeah, that's what I like about scenery shots.
Yeah, season 4 Scarlet Railway, that is the one for me in terms of camera angles and scenery.
Too. It's kind of funny because I usually think Scarlet Railway was in contact with the Mid-Sodor Railway. I used to be so confused. And I thought it was part of the line.
Actually, a map by the Unlucky Tug does prove that the Mid-Sodor and Scarlet Railways were connected. Yeah, the Unlucky Tug made a seasons 1 to 4 map.
Well, I meant in terms of in terms of the TBS perhaps, but Railway Series, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were on two separate sides of Sodor.
See, now we're in Toby's layout. You can see they've done some masking on it and making it different, to Americanize it a bit.
Yeah.
Now this is where we approach the incline bit now. Here we go. This is when it really kicks in.
Oh, I see it.
Here we go. This is the steepest part where it really kicks in. It's the only one that you will encounter on the branch. Still climbing. What do you think so far?
That actually looks really good.
Despite I've Americanized the season 1 routes.
Hmm.
And the climb is almost over. We've gone over the hard bit, but we're still climbing.
My hills are always short and steep, like steeper than that.
Pardon? What did you
Although-
say? What did you say? What did you say then? I couldn't hear you.
Like the hill on my main line is short and steep, whereas the hill on my narrow gauge line is bendy and up and down, roller coaster like.
Oh boy. Here we go. Now we're climbing again. Now we're almost at the grade now. We're almost there. It's just right ahead of us. We're just about to reach the cresting of the grade now, though, Andrews. We're almost there.
All right. Yeah. Hills on the railway line are always a pain to do.
Oh, it's
I
alright. I'm
find.
just acting as it is. That's how it goes. But it's not a bad incline. It's the only one. It's the only problem. It's not too bad. But like I said,
No, I mean, like, in terms of actually like building it, like in terms of like when you're actually building a hill from scratch, like laying a track is easy, but then you've got to do all the bits after laying the track down.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
after
we've
you
yeah.
like after like all the other spare terrain to make it, the trees to make it all work, like
all I
actual
did.
hill, not a mountain.
Yeah, all I did was I just kind of it was already there for me. I didn't need to do all the bits and bobs, but I tried to make it look good as possible. Like I said, now we're just about to hit the grade. We're cresting the grade now, so we've done it. But here's the thing: if you go downhill, it's not too bad. It's just going up, but it's all right. These engines can cope with this. It's not too bad, though. It's not too bad. Here comes one of the best scenes I did. I turned there's a scene here that we saw in Toby's tramway in season 1, and all I did was I just packaged it and turned it into a fishing village, which is pretty quite cool.
I saw that in the last stream.
Yeah, well, you're about to see another shot. Here we are. We're over the grade now, so we're all right. Here it comes. There it is.
All right. Oh, I like that.
I put the camera angle there after I moved it away. It would definitely be good for an opener. Still working on it though. Here we go. Here's the Earth Station coming into play. As you can see, that's one of the main stations. That's where Toby's old line would terminate from, but I continued it on.
All right.
You have to slow down here because it can get a bit bumpy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this so far then, at this point?
It actually looks really good.
It's very countryside and farming, I'll tell you that much. And here's where we extended. It's a bit bumpy up here, but that's why trains have to slow down at this speed. And then we extend. Now this is where it can get good. This is where we can open up the throttle. Yes, I used to play that game, but yeah, why are you asking me Q&As at United Engines? Jeez, I've been to America twice. Jesus, man. I hate it when I have questions from left and right that seem too easy to answer. Here we go, Anthony. We're almost ready. This is where you can really open up the throttle if they get late. And this is where it becomes a double track. The reason why it becomes that way is because we're actually leaving. That's the way. That's how we get out of the railroad, and that's the only way you get in. Hence why it becomes a double track.
All right.
You might be guessing, yeah, we're actually on another route. We're actually on Stepney's route a little bit here. We're actually on Stepney's old route here, you know, from the Bluebell Railway.
Oh yeah.
Just this little bit here. Just this little bit here. I've changed the bridge to make it look good. And here's the viaduct. I just Americanized it afterwards. That takes us literally out of the branch. That way, we're technically off the branch, but this actually gets you into it at the same time.
All right.
That's actually from Stepney's Row as well, but I just changed the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And there's where we've got to so far.
All right.
Here we go. It's going to be a bit of a... Oh, and this is the only place where we see two stations together. That's for the entrance, and they both can be connected to one another, but it's just that that's usually the exit station. Apparently, so yeah, there's nothing much, but it's like a... I'm still out in this bit, but this is how far I've got to. We've either reached either the final stopping station or whatever the heck, you know, because I'm still worried about which side I'm going to do for the connection, you know, like they did in Thomas's branch line, where it connects to Ellsbridge, and that's that. That's the thing I'm a bit worried about, which I'm having a major difficulty with. So then, Andrews, what do you think of the branch line itself so far?
I think it looks really good.
Anything you were very impressed with?
Yeah, I actually really like when it gets all detailed, like that's like near the main station. Like that's wow. Like I'm not very good with I'm not very good with putting textures together.
Here we go. Oh, that was a perfect stop. Right on cue, just when I wanted it. Nice. I should ignore that, that always happens. Now, our test run is done.
All right.
So, did you enjoy that?
Yeah. That
Still-
route actually that route looks really nice.
It is. Not bad for an American branch line, though.
Hmm.
As for the engines that are going to be there, I have yet to decide. The only thing I can tell you is I do have one OC, by the way. The only engine I have is this one. It's only my second OC. There he is.
All right.
Fresno Mercado. That's the only OC who's the main one running the line at the minute.
All right.
And the rest I'm still having problems with. Yeah, and of course, as you can see, that's how big the rally is so far. It went all the
Oh,
way
wow.
from that. Still filling it out still. This here is supposed to be like a deserty open door section.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can see, that's the original way to get into the quarry. And these would be like here, and as you can see here, that's supposed to be the exit way out, like in the triangle section or whatever the heck. You know,
Yeah.
that's the back door way out. And as you can clearly see in here, this is actually from Buffer Brother from season 7 or 8 or wherever it was in, or where it was. Still working right though. Yeah, this is from Buffer Brother. And I've just done some tweaking to it. I changed the theme to make it rocky, and I've done this for an American thing for the big engines to turn around in.
Mm-hmm.
Just make it intriguing. Did some tweaking on the outside as well. I kept some of the Thomas stuff in, so they can still shunt around, and I kept that there as well. As you can tell, it's where Bill fell into the cold gutter.
Yeah.
That's still here. Some of these are still staying around. I've done some tweaking a bit. Somewhere here, like this, somewhere around here, we get some American stuff I'm going to remove here. There's a war tower and a coaling section, and you know, where to do all the bits and bobs. Yeah, this is originally the entrance way in, to be honest, but I've swapped it round. That'll be the exit route as well. And yeah, that's technically what I've got up at Surf at the moment. And that's usually the way you get out and get in most of the time. So this is the new quarry for the CSW branch, where they collect basically rock and stone or coal. But like I said, this is basically like you would see like in the open outdoor area and outdoor scenery in a rocky environment.
Yeah.
And the line will go through here, and originally this is where most of the passengers in the olden days would have gone. Like I said, I'm still working on it though. There will be a terminus up there though, if engines want to go for a main line or whatever, but this is more likely for open freighting. But it can happen, you know, because all this here wasn't there, or whatever it was. It was all this was all built afterwards, because the original route used to go up here, and it would have like another terminus somewhere. But once I merge a couple of more routes, I'll hopefully get it all prepared, and then the original route will be a bit smaller. And of course, they didn't have like a quarry. Yeah, they had the quarry at the time, but the passengers run would usually go this way. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Still continuing on here, I might base it on Strasbourg a bit more, and then eventually there'll be a small terminus where they can just flip round and then head back.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a pain in the bum, I'll tell you that much, but like I said, it will look nice eventually, and hopefully we'll just see what happens afterwards. And as you can clearly, as you could clearly see, like I said, that's the roundhouse as it is today. The original one was nothing like this in its heyday because it was a lot smaller and it had only 5 engines running the line. You know, so yeah. That here is where that's where the new fleet would be. And sometimes they might have diesels in here. But this is also where visiting engines can also come as well from the main line if they wanted to. And that's just to store waste or whatever the heck on the sideline. And that's where the speeder, the maintenance speeder, would be laying in as well. So I might do for a prologue like they did in Cass City. And this is their workshop. So they don't have to go anywhere else. They can just go straight in here.
Alright.
And then in order to get out, if there were shunties, for instance, or whatever, they would have to go through here. But they can do some steam testing outwards, and then they just go all the way around and then just walk back through this way.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they would do it, rather than just going through the erected hall section and then just go this way. And that's just how it would be. So, what do you think?
Oh, it's really nice.
Again, very inspired. Very inspired by Cash City and the San Juan. The Terminus here didn't look like this at all in its heyday. It was a lot smaller than this. And of course, with detailing, I did this here. You know, with like they see out building stations, like on display. I thought I'd get that shot. There's the station's own cafeteria. They have 2 of these actually. One over here for the station, and over here, the town itself. For the city. Just to make it intriguing. Still got more to put in still, but as of now, it looks really, really good. I'm pretty impressed how it's turned out. I'm glad you enjoyed that, by the way, Andrews.
Yes, alright.
Yeah, you did a good job. You lasted quite a long time. Oh, we just need made it to 4 hours, you and me did then. Nice.
Ooh.
There won't be any more specialing. I'm sorry, mate. A llama? What the heck? What did he mean by that, Anthony? United Bank of America just said it looked kind of llama.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look in the comments. Said United Engines of America said the map looks like a llama.
I'm not sure what he means by that.
I don't know what he means by that either.
Oh, Venkata Koduru said, is there going to be a feature special where Timothy turns good?
No. How many times do we have to tell these people? That's not going to happen.
Oh, why don't you make a video about it?
Well, that's why I'm here streaming. Oh, boy. Well, I think we've done what we came to do. I gave you a little nice adventure tour, and we've had a good hour or so to ourselves, by the way. It wasn't intentional. I was just having it with everybody, and they've all kind of just, skedaddled. Oh, well.
Yeah.
I'll just wrap this final test touring off. We've done a good job. Well done.
Yeah.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you on my final testing stream, and of course I'd like to thank everybody who tuned in, and I'd like to thank you, Agent Andrews, for turning up the longest on this one.
That's all right.
It's been a blessing, and we'll see what happens in the future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, KaneFan701. We've been on for well over 4 hours now, just past it, and it's been the longest one I've done. I think it has been. So once again, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you again on another turnout on whatever who's going to pop on the streams. Like I said, if anybody wants to come in, there's always going to be a link shown, and then you're more than welcome to join on board. So with that being said, see you guys next time, and of course, enjoy the month of September. Take care, lads. Peace.